Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Super Make Something Live. Today we're going to be unboxing and setting up the new Sermoon D1 printer from Creality. And I have my in-ear monitors in just to make sure that I can hear you guys. If there's anything going on in the stream, or if you guys have any questions, please type it up below or in the chat box. I'm also simultaneously monitoring the stream on my phone, so in case something were to happen, I can respond to you guys in chat. Overall, just thank you for joining me on this beautiful Saturday morning. As I said before, we're here to set up the Creality Sermoon D1 from Creality. This is a relatively new printer that the company recently released that we received courtesy of Creality3D.shop for us to test on this live stream. Generally, the way things go is that after we set up the printer, we like to do a test print on the stream just so that you guys can see exactly kind of what the print quality is to decide whether or not this might be a unit that you guys would like to purchase. I also have to mention that because of this, we have a filament sponsor for this stream, and that is Polymaker, who sent us their Polylite PLA. And then also, while it's printing eventually takes about an hour after setup is complete. So while that's going on, we'll take a look at some of the other projects also that are happening. I see the chat is active. ESC, I believe you say Crashkey, says it's good night here, but still good morning. So thank you for joining us from the other side of the world. That's fantastic. And just a couple housekeeping notes. So if you weren't here for my previous live stream where I assembled the DIY Stream Deck, we unfortunately had an incident where my streaming software, Streamlabs OBS, crashed. And the way that YouTube streaming works is that you're unfortunately not able to resume a stream after you restart the software from the same link. So that means I had to go and actually restart and create a new stream, and then afterwards kind of merge those two streams together in post when I uploaded everything as a full episode. So just in case that happens, now would be a good time to go hit subscribe and hit that bell icon so that you receive the new link should we crash when we go live. An unfortunate side effect of the stream crashing and restarting another one and then merging everything together is that we do end up losing the chat history, which is unfortunate because usually YouTube live streams always have the chat history on the side. So what I'm planning on doing is just keeping up the chat window the entire stream. So, you know, don't be shy, don't be scared, even though anything you type may be forever on video. You know, as long as we're all here to have a good time and we're here to have fun, I think it's going to be great. So, besides that, I think it's time to get started. I see Mad Monkey Makes is here. Good morning. So thank you very much for joining. And yeah, let's go. So first things first, I have to admit, I'm a little intimidated by this build. Not necessarily because it's an especially long build. So Joel Telling, the 3D printing nerd, set up one of these a while back on his stream, and he was able to set it up in about 2 hours once he got going. But the printer is quite large. This is probably one of the biggest printers I've ever unboxed. And that I think is because of its all metal construction, which Creality is hoping will decrease warping just by having more mass and kind of having an extruder flying around and printing things, not causing the entire frame to shake. But that means the printer is big and the box is big. And it says, oh, Ronald says, Defo Creality for the win. I love this guy's one of my few actually innovating keeping it open source. Yes, so I'm totally excited to get this going. Okay, so Alex, you say, how big is the box? It can't be that big. Let me show you. Now switching over to a wide shot of the printer. This is it. It is gigantic. The box measures, according to here, 59 by 59 by 39.5 centimeters and weighs about 20 kilograms, which is in the neighborhood of about 45 pounds. One of the things that I've unfortunately not done yet is to upgrade to a bigger desk space. So this entire box almost entirely takes up my desk. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically open this, we'll see what's inside the box, then I'm gonna put the box on the floor and just pull out parts as needed. So, all right, so let's get started by opening this box. Overall, I have to say, very impressed that it's, fairly well packaged. This box, judging by the stickers on the side, it looked like it took a nice little road trip all the way across the country from the West Coast to where I am over in the Eastern time zone. And everything arrived still in one piece, which is always good to see, especially with electronic assemblies like these, which can be delicate because of all the sensors and other stuff inside. So, opening this big box. Okay, what I might do too is, as we're pulling stuff out, I think I'm gonna cut the tabs off the side of the box, just so that we can take a look inside. So yeah, unfortunately, this printer is no longer going back because the shipping box is now permanently open. So getting that guy out of the way. Definitely a handy maker tool to have is a knife like this. It's always convenient for cutting filament, cutting boxes, and generally just cutting things as you need to, like giant Creality 3D printers. So, first layer in is some nice foam, and we are immediately greeted by some plexiglass. One thing I should say, actually, before we do this, let me quickly run over the feature list, just so that we all know what this printer has in store for us. And let's do that now. So, looking at the feature list, this is the Creality Sermoon D1, and let me also just check on the chat real quick. Game Time, it says, I was reading on the Facebook group that this printer has a problem with the heat bed, like it is not flat. Can we check that? Interesting. Well, that is definitely something that we are going to check out when we test print our Benchy. That's a good point. We'll definitely keep an eye on that. So, okay, a quick rundown of the features of this printer. So it's got a 280 by 260 by 310 millimeter build volume, which makes it slightly bigger than the Ender 5, which comes in at an XY build area of 220 by 220 millimeters. It is also semi-enclosed, which is an interesting choice by Creality. So typically, there's two types of printers that exist, or that are typically sold. One are open frame printers, like you would see maybe with an Ender 3 or the new Elegoo Neptune 2. And then there are also fully enclosed printers. An example of that one might be the Kiditech X Pro that we had a video on about the channel previously. And generally, the enclosed printers are very good for printing temperature-sensitive materials, specifically things like ABS, where you need to control the temperature of the build volume to an extent to make sure that the layers adhere properly and that there is no warping while the part is cooling, which you might get from airflow from your air conditioning or something in an open frame printer. The way this is done is that usually the heat bed and the nozzle heat up the build volume, and then because everything is enclosed, it keeps it a relatively stable temperature. But for this printer, Creality opted to leave the top open. So since heat rises, it does seem like a lot of heat would escape, which is an interesting choice. Also, it probably won't do as good of a job as keeping fumes in as fully enclosed printers do. But maybe as we are setting up this printer, we'll see what the benefit is to having this semi-enclosed print chamber. One of the things we do have to mention, though, is that for an enclosed printer, this build volume is actually quite large. So that's an exciting thing to see. It's also got a direct drive extruder, which is something that I personally haven't used in quite a while. So back in the day, my very first 3D printer, which was a Wanhao i3, had a direct drive extruder. But since then, most of the printers have moved over to a Bowden setup because that means that you can use potentially weaker stepper motors or lower power stepper motors, I should say, to move the X and Y axis around because you're not carrying that extra extruder mass. So it's good to see that this Sermoon D1 has a direct drive extruder to allow you to print things like flexibles and other exotic materials. Also nice to see is that it has a dual Z-axis lead screw system. So again, unlike the Ender 3, where one single lead screw is driving the entire Z-axis up, we have two here, which is again great for stability, assuming that everything is level. It of course has a heated bed. Like many 3D printers these days, it has a 32-bit silent stepper driver board. And finally, a filament runout sensor, power loss resume functionality, and this all metal construction, which is why this entire package is so heavy. I believe right now, there's a question in the chat by 1P, let me know the price. Right now, the printer is retailing at Creality3D.shop for $619. But if you take a look at the ticker down below or check the link in the video description, using a coupon code that the company provided for this live stream, if you purchase your unit through Creality3D.shop, you get an extra 10% off. So that's a pretty good bargain, it seems, at least for this build volume. So okay, here we go. Back to assembling this guy, or at least taking everything out of the box. So first we are greeted by some plexiglass doors, which we are going to use to open the printer up. It's already got the handle pre-installed and also some protective plastic sheeting on it, which is nice. I see now that every time I switch scenes, the chat history clears. So unfortunately, that is something to keep in mind, but we can still deal with that because I have an active chat history here. It also looks like there are other deals for this printer. So Game Time says he was able to pick the printer up for a little bit cheaper. So definitely also check out that reference in case you guys are interested in picking up this machine. Lifting this out. So again, more plexiglass. So again, the semi-enclosed nature of the printer really coming into play here. Moving this out of the way. Let's see. I have to say, this is really nicely packaged and padded. Certainly, that's always a worry sometimes when you ship a bunch of plexiglass that things might arrive scratched or broken or cracked. But this is well packaged. We also see that some things are already pre-mounted, like this filament runout detector here, and there's also a hole here, which is, I'm assuming, where the filament spool holder will go. Let's see. Okay, and now we are getting into it. So we have some 2040L profile right here. Again, everything is individually wrapped in plastic to prevent scratching, which is really cool. It definitely seems that, in terms of design, this is definitely kind of a more industrial design looking printer than what Creality has released in the past. I think what they're really intending this machine for is if you have a need for a 3D printer in like an office environment, you can kind of set it there and it looks a little bit more like a professional unit that you might buy from some other vendors, where it looks, like nicely designed with metal walls and everything like that. Again, we see here's another bit of profile. These are probably going to be the side supports, which is cool. Keep an eye on the chat. Okay. Yep. Yeah, definitely in the chat. One of the comments is that shipping prices due to the size are probably potentially significant just because it is so heavy. Definitely something though to keep in mind. Again, with that coupon code, potentially that can help a little bit. So one thing that I will note here too is that Joel Telling during his live stream was struggling with this setup step. Somewhere in the instructions, it basically says to take a look at what number the side profile is, because I think they each uniquely fit into the base. His weren't numbered, but mine have a sticker on it that say 1, and hopefully the other ones say 2 and 3. Let me double check. Yep, they say 2, 3, and 4, so that's good. So hopefully we'll have a little bit of an easier time than Joel in setting this printer up. But that's also encouraging because I know that he had talked about that during his live stream, and Creality seems to have addressed the issue of not having these parts labeled correctly in kind of newer releases that are being shipped out now. So it's nice to see that Creality is listening to customer feedback. Okay. One thing that's also nice is you'll see here there's a bunch of L brackets that are slotted into the 2040 aluminum. It's good to see that these are already pre-installed, just because that is a lot of fasteners, and doing that manually could take a lot of time. So I think I would call this certainly not a fully assembled printer, not really a kit printer either though, because a lot of things are already pre-assembled. I would maybe call this like a semi-kit. I don't know if there's official name for it. So let's see. Opening up here. Some of these are really wrapped tightly. Wow. Interesting. I would go at this with my knife, but I also don't want to scratch anything. So let's see here. All right, there's another one. Fantastic. And the final support. Aha, okay, this one came out easier. One other nice thing about having a relatively small space to stream in is that I have to keep the camera angles very tight, which means that when I do things like throw things on the floor, you guys can't see it, and you'll never know, and it looks very clean, so that's cool. Okay, oh my goodness, here we go, and I think it's time to make room on the floor. Just look at this foam extrusion here that everything's packed in. Everything is like nicely custom packaged. There's really a place for everything. In terms of shipping quality, quite impressed with this machine. Okay, and here it is. Time to move everything onto the floor. Wow, that's heavy. Okay. Whew, desk is certainly a lot emptier without the box on it. Here we go. It says, Joseph Von Dolan, Killer Prince says, initial impressions. Hello, thank you for stopping by. Initial impressions, again, it certainly is all metal, like they advertise, and it's certainly very heavy, which is nice. Everything did seem to come very nicely packed, which is good. And so far, it's looking pretty cool. I'm getting some Ultimaker vibes from this printer. So, all right, unboxing some more. We have our box of fasteners, etc. I'm sure, and end caps. Very cool. Let's quickly take a look at what's inside here, just to see what we're working with. And in the box, we have the following. We have some end caps to make sure that everything looks nice and is nice and rounded. I have to hide my face so that autofocus kind of can focus on the bag. We also have a spare nozzle in a bag labeled spare parts, so that's cool. We have both a USB drive and an SD card, which is interesting. So that's cool. I'm wondering if this printer can maybe use both, or if maybe the USB drive just contains the software. Will be neat to see. We also have, oh, this is nice. We have tiny bags with fasteners in them, but they are all labeled both by size, so M4, and by length, which is great. I've assembled printers in the past where they just kind of give you everything in one bag, and you kind of have to guess, and it definitely didn't make for a nice build, but this is great to see that everything is all labeled. More fasteners. Let's see. Fasteners. It looks like some kind of idler with some bearings. So this is probably for guiding the filament into the direct drive extruder and making sure that nothing snags or kinks. We have the spool rack here. Also, we have some tape. So that's interesting that we have masking tape. That's not something I typically see with printers. I guess I personally have moved away from using masking tape on my print pads, and I'm currently almost exclusively printing with these flexible build plates that are magnetically attached, and that kind of owes to the fact that I'm pretty clumsy and have at one time when trying to scrape a print off the bed, accidentally put a paint scraper right here in my hand, which definitely wasn't a pleasant experience. So that made me switch. We have a bag of tools. Oh boy, this is great. Lots of tools. Looks like we have some extra PTFE tubing. We have some wrenches, screwdrivers, fantastic. And of course, the ubiquitous filament snips that you get with every printer. Ooh, we also have some super lube grease, so undoubtedly for the Z-axis rods, which is nice. And then the paint scraper, and finally some zip ties to clean everything up. So I'll put this back in the box for now so I don't lose anything. Oh, I should also say, of course, we have this instruction manual, which I'm sure we will make use of a lot during this live stream. It says, be the next customer of Creality Cloud. So that is Creality's new cloud-based 3D printing service. There's also an aftermarket sales service card and warranty. It says, let's see, doesn't say anything in terms of warranty policy. 1 year limited warranty since the date of purchase, and 3 months limited part warranty for vulnerable parts, nozzle module, flat belt, and glass platform. Very cool. And then the user manual, which is printed in color, which is very nice. So let's see. Build steps here is saying there are 12 build steps, and then step 13 is leveling the bed. So yeah, about halfway through, it looks like we'll be ready to print. Oh, okay, and this is actually fantastic. They also give you a wiring pinout diagram of the stepper driver board that is controlling this printer. So looking at this wiring diagram here, it looks like, oh, this is interesting. So they shipped the printer with the v4.3.1 version of the of Creality stepper driver board, which runs a version of Marlin. And I guess we'll have some more to say that in terms of that board a little bit later on in the print, because I actually just recently upgraded my Ender 5 with that board. But one interesting thing here, it says that it supports a BL Touch, and that therefore also supposedly the new CR Touch. When I was contacted by Creality3D.shop, I had asked if this printer came with an auto bed leveling probe, which they said it did not, but it looks like the motherboard is able to support adding one after the fact. So potentially we're just waiting on a bit of firmware to, you know, get everything up and running, which is great. So I have a couple more things to share with you guys about auto bed leveling a little bit later, but it's actually pretty nice. So yeah, some activity in the chat saying, dang, that board drawing is a nice touch. It is really nice, and the wiring diagram is neat. I always like seeing wiring diagrams like that. Just one, because they look cool, but two, they are also incredibly useful if you're doing any type of maintenance on your printer, that you don't have to sit there with a multimeter and like try to probe traces, and that's just a lot of work. So it's always awesome when companies include a wiring diagram, so you know what all the connections do. Okay, now it's time to take a look at the installation instructions. Step 1, install profile. Take out the components from the bottom, take apart the frame lid, and then install the 4 section bars. Install them based on the position of the digital tag and the direction of the arrow. Use a number 3 wrench to tighten the M6x35 hexagon socket head screws, and M6 flat washers from the base to fix the 4 profiles. Nice, that's pretty good. It says, okay, note, please pay attention to distinguish 4 kinds of profiles. So this is what Joel was talking about in his stream. Profile 1, 3 fixed plates installed on the left. Profile 2, 3 fixed plates installed on the right. Profile 3, 3 fixed plates installed on the left and right respectively, symmetric. Okay, so that means these guys, this guy right here, because it has an L bracket on both sides. And then profile 4, fixed plates installed on the left and right respectively, asymmetric. Okay, so the doors don't seem to mount in the same way. Interesting. So let's take a look. All right, but in order to do any of that, we are going to have to take the base of the printer out of the box. So let's do that right now. Oh, some more surprises in here. A nice roll of white PLA filament, which is always good, with a recommended printing temperature of 195 to 220. It's a 200-gram roll, so cool. Okay. All right, time to take out the top. And here's the top. Wow, that's quite heavy. It's kind of nice. Let's see. Here is the printing surface sub-assembly. So this is, again, semi-assembled. It looks like everything travels on rollers. I just heard something drop into the package. It looks like a piece of plastic. Hopefully nothing broke. Let's see if we can get focus on that. Interesting. It looks like a tiny bit of plastic. I don't immediately see where it came from. Again, there's honestly not a lot of plastic on this printer. So we'll set that aside behind my computer here for the time being, just to see if we can find that later. But again, so this is for a later time. We're going to put this not under my desk, because then I might accidentally step on it and shatter the glass plate, and then everyone's going to be sad. But I am going to take this all-metal top of this printer and slide it underneath. Okay. And now it's time for the base. Whew! It is large and in charge. Here we go. Wow. This is exciting. This is a big printer. Okay. So I thought maybe once I had this out of the box, is that somehow, you know, the base wouldn't necessarily be as wide as the entire box, but it seems like I was mistaken, and this printer is actually that big. So if you do buy this printer, make sure that you have room for it. Again, this is one of the largest, or one of the larger build volumes for an enclosed or semi-enclosed machine, which is pretty cool. Also, what we see right here, let me toss this box out into my hallway. Boom, okay. And then let me move you guys closer, just so you can take a look. It's got a touchscreen, which is nice, and it also has this plate across the entire bottom of the printer, with just some holes poking out of the plate here, in order to protect the electronics. So this is an interesting choice. This touchscreen looks like it's going to be inside of the build volume, along with all of the connections. So there's a speaker grill, there's a USB cable, it looks like micro USB, and an SD card reader on the side here. So let me bring you guys down and show you. So that all looks to be inside the build volume, which is interesting. Okay. Ronald wants to know, how long are you estimating before it'll be printing time? So I saw Joel Telling assemble this printer in about 2 hours while he was talking along with Sean, his producer. I'm hoping that we'll be able to do that, and then we'll be ready to go printing wise. Print volume, again, it is, let me double check. It is bigger than the Ender 5, which is 220 by 220 by 300 or 280, I believe. The printing size of, or the printing volume here is 280 by 260 by 310. So, all right. Time to get assembly going. Okay, step one. So what it looks like they want you to do is, based on this diagram, is the following. Underneath here, it looks like they want you to install some screws from underneath the printer, and I believe the best way to do that is to just cantilever the edge off a table, and then go from there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this forward slightly, and then you'll see me going at the printer from underneath. let's do that. And the first set of fasteners that we will need to attach everything is M6 by 35 and washers. So let's find those in the box. M6 by 35 with the washers in the box. Awesome. Let's open up their tool bag here. And find the right Allen keys. It's always nice if you build a lot of these printers, you eventually end up with a nice Allen key collection, which is actually, I mean, nice that everyone, you know, includes the required tools to assemble the printer and makes everything more friendly, which is good. So, okay, it looks like support number 1 goes right here. So let us grab that guy from the wall. And let's see. Profile number 4. Let's start with 4. Let's mix it up a bit. I said make sure that it is installed correctly, so they want this asymmetry in the back here. So orienting it like this so the manual lines up with the printer. We are looking at number 4 going in the back right or back left. Adjust the camera angle here a little bit so you guys can see better. There we go. And I'm also going to move out my office chair out of the way here because I don't need it until it's actually time to slice anything. And I think we're going to be moving around the table quite a bit while we're getting everything together. So moving that guy out of the way temporarily. All right, support number 1 goes on like this. Okay, so this is also interesting. This black plate here that protects everything, these little cutouts actually made up perfectly with the extrusion profile, so it seats everything nicely and it aligns the supports for you while you're putting everything together. So that's a nice little feature there. Definitely 3D printer assembly has come a long way since I first got into the hobby. My very first printer was a PrinterBot Simple. I don't know if you guys, I guess, remember that one, but basically it was all laser cut wood, and it was everything in the laser cut, all the recesses had little holes where you could put nuts and screws and hold everything together that way. And the belt system, quote unquote belt system, was a bunch of Dremel sandpaper rolls with essentially fishing wire. So, and I think that printer back in the day cost either $349 or $549. And I got it as a Christmas present. And just comparing the, I guess, pace of printer development and how far everything has come, I mean, now to see the type of printer that you get for the money, it's just mind-blowing how much the field has advanced. So that's amazing to see that printer assembly is getting easier and that the printers are getting nicer, but that the price is not increasing by much, especially for the amount of tech that you're getting, which is cool. So hopefully that will make 3D printing accessible to more people in the future. So, okay. One of them is on. Next one. Now we need profile number 3. Let's see. Okay. It looks like, oh, okay. Also nice. One thing I didn't notice before. Here. they have an up arrow that tells you which way is up. A question in the chat, are the lead screws in the extrusion? Thought I heard someone say that they were and it got missed. Yes, so that's actually what I heard also, and actually good tip for pointing that out. So one thing that they did to try to save some space is they put the lead screws in the extrusion right here, which is a cool way to ship things. But I also have heard that because of that, people that had assembled this printer already had missed that those were there and maybe thought they were missing. So thank you for pointing that out. Good reminder. Yes, the lead screws are in the black extrusions that look like they will go here and here on the printer. Ooh, also a nice thing to note is that this just balances by itself when you have to kind of put everything in place to get some more screws. So it's less of a juggling act trying to put everything together. Again, you know, this honestly so far seems like a really, really well thought out printer design. At least right now from an assembly perspective, that, you know, it's not unreasonable to have a single person install everything and get everything up and running by themselves. So that's nice. Because definitely some machines that I have assembled in the past, especially machines that required a bit more assembly than what you typically need to do with something like an Ender 3, they can be quite frustrating. But so far with this printer, everything seems to be going well. So one other question that I had, and I don't know the answer to this, but one of the reviewers said this is called the Sermoon D1. They have no idea what Sermoon means and weren't able to find a definition. If anyone knows what Sermoon means or what it signifies, please do let me know. It'd be interesting to know why they named it that. Let's see. Ronald says he sourced a Prusa i2 back in the day, mostly 3D printed and hardware store parts with ramps 1.4. Nice. And it took me several days to build. Oh yeah, for sure. I had a project like that. It was my first CNC machine, the Shapeoko 2. And really cool machine, highly functional. But basically all it was is exactly what you had said. So aluminum extrusions. And you had to tap all the holes yourself and put everything together. And I think I spent a good 3 or 4 days putting that together. So I definitely appreciate kind of the ease of use and ease of assembly focus that these companies have taken to make building printers easier these days. So much foam behind the camera that I'm tripping over it from the packing material. Let's see. It would be cool if you could reuse that foam somehow for cosplay, but I think the shapes that they come in makes that difficult. But it would be cool to see if maybe, you know, it'd be possible to salvage some of the foam for laser cutting or something. I don't know, just to reduce waste. I always feel bad when I have to throw away tons of packing material, and then, you know, when I maybe sell something, one of my 3D prints on Etsy, then I have to go buy more 3D packing material, and I'm sad that I didn't keep the old stuff, so. But that's okay. I'll try to minimize waste as much as possible with this build and with the packaging, but that's an unfortunate side effect of, you know, having everything shipped. So. All right. Cool. That extrusion is in. Time for the final one, which is still hanging out back there. Again, big shout out to Joel Telling for being the first to assemble this printer. I saw where a lot of his pitfalls were, so I can learn from his mistakes and make my setup smoother. So thank you, Joel. High five. I think everyone of his crew and a lot of other people today are out at the Midwest Rep Rap Festival. But I did hear that it was raining, so if you are stuck somewhere inside because it is raining at the Midwest Rep Rap Festival and you're joining us to take a break from the rain, welcome and thank you so much for joining us. I didn't realize that the Rep Rap Festival was actually going on today, so when trying to schedule this live stream, I thought, well, you know, I definitely don't want to do it next weekend because that's 4th of July holiday and people might be traveling. But I totally missed that Midwest Rep Rap Festival was happening this weekend. And I think that's probably because we've all been stuck at home for the last year or so. It basically, you know, everyone was always home all the time. So. But that's definitely an event that I hope to attend sometime in the future. A lot of cool kind of maker projects and makers in general seem to frequent the event, and also a lot of new 3D printing vendors, so you can see kind of what the latest and greatest is that's coming up. And it's not too far from my house. It's a couple hours away in Indiana, I believe. So that's something that's definitely road trippable, and I'd be interested in checking that out. Okay. Step 1 is done. The profile is installed. Step 2, install the 2040 profile. And while we get ready to do that, gonna just hop on over again to show you guys the instructions and check on the chat. Sermoon is probably some kind of code word. Ooh, I wonder what the code word means. That would be fantastic. Let's see. 2040 profile, okay. Again, instructions also very nice on some glossy paper. So they're a little bit damage resistant too, should, you know, you get some grease on it or tear something. Definitely high quality thick paper, which is nice. And now it's time for installing the extrusion. Install the 2040 profile with 4 M414 hexagon socket head cap screws. And as Joseph noted, the Z-axis lead screws are in the extrusion, so we definitely want to make sure to take those out. Another interesting feature here, we see they are again labeled left and right. So nice job just in terms of packaging and instructions for this hardware. Everything is really well laid out, really well described so far. So there's one profile here. There is another Z profile here. And what did I say we needed? We needed M414 hex screws. So let me go into my bag O parts and see where we can find that. M414, here they are. Okay. Don't need this guy yet. Guys, a different vantage point here when we install that. Let's see. Question in the chat: how many pages are in the assembly instructions? I can double check for you. The pages are not numbered. Oh no. Should I count them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 until we hit halfway. So 34 pages, but again, a lot of the last pages are things like the wiring diagram and leveling your bed. In terms of overall number of steps, they say 12 steps, and one of those steps is plugging in the power cable. So, Killer Prince wants to know, what's the ultimate fate of this machine, adding it to the farm? And I think the answer to that is yes. So I have actually been looking for a direct drive extruder printer. Unfortunately, that Wanhao i3 that I had mentioned before, I ended up selling a while back, not realizing, I guess, what I had, and that direct drive printers would kind of become more rare. So this is definitely a printer that I intend to keep. I have recently decided to put some of my 3D printers to use and have started selling things like cosplay props on Etsy. And people seem to be really interested in that. Certainly with this larger build volume, this definitely seems like it would be a good printer for that kind of stuff. So I think this one will definitely be added to the print farm. Again, assuming that it that it works as well as I'm hoping, but so far, indications are good. Okay, so now we are installing the M4 screws, and it looks like maybe, oh, is it the last Allen wrench in here? Let's see, sure is, okay. This is also nice. If you can see up front here, there's actually a recess for the Allen, for the screw to go into, so you don't have to fiddle with it from underneath. Again, just easy access that you don't have to kind of flip the printer upside down to try to access screws. And again, just speaks to everything is like really nicely thought out for assembly. One thing though is with these Allen keys, the L portion is hitting up against the extrusion, and I want to make sure I don't scratch anything, so I'm actually going to use my own set of tools. This is like a 45-in-1 precision screwdriver set. I bought this back when I was in school and had just started the channel almost 6 years ago. This was one of my first purchases, and I have literally used it almost every day since then. So if you guys are in the market for upgrading your tools and making the quality of life a bit easier, I think I picked up this screwdriver set for like $10 on Amazon. So definitely worth the investment. And the tools have actually held up quite well, or the tool heads, I guess, for the screws. And it's also got some really cool bits in there, like the tri-wing screw that you use for Game Boys that are used by Nintendo to try to keep people out. So kind of a cool investment if you guys are looking to upgrade your tools. Can't understate again enough how nice it is that this little black base plate here has everything pre-cut in terms of recesses. That, you know, it's really easy to align all these rails and put everything in, which is nice. So definitely this screwdriver is making things go a lot faster. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. That step was pretty fast. Make sure that's tightened down all the way. Yep. Let's see. Do we need it? Killer Prince is saying he highly recommends the BQ-BX. I think see you post on that on Instagram for a little bit. I have not ever actually used a BQ printer, but am seeing them become more popular and more common online. So definitely something that I will look into. Yeah, thank you for the tip. Okay, step 3, installing the printing platform. Insert the printing platform into the component installed on the second step. After installation, please check the tightness between the V wheel and profile to avoid idling of the V wheel. Okay, so they want to make sure that there's enough friction between the V wheel and the extrusion here to make sure that everything can move up and down. But at this point, time to unwrap something new, and that is this printing platform. Perfect. It is glass. It does also come with some clips, so it is a removable build plate, which is nice. This looks to be the textured glass material that releases prints once the build plate cools down. Very similar to the FL Sun QQS Pro that we live streamed about a year ago now. That's a Delta printer, but they had a similar type of glass. Another kind of similar type of printer that did this was the JG Aurora A5S. So these, I guess from personal experience, work very well. If you're patient enough to let the bed cool down before you remove the print. I sometimes tend not to have that patience because I really want to see how my print turned out like right now. So I end up trying to pry everything off prematurely, but that's not a fault of the bed. That's on me for not being able to wait. But this time, we'll do our best to wait once we finish printing our benchy. Okay, time to slide everything on. So, switching camera angles and zooming you guys out a little bit. Oh, that zoomed you guys in. Just trying to give you guys a little bit more of a wider shot here so you guys can see me putting on the build plate. Make sure that the Creality logo faces the front. There's also some insulating foil all along the back plate here, which is cool. All right. And we are slowly gonna slide it on. One side's in, other side's in. Okay. Nice and smooth. Make sure we don't crush that connector over here. And just let that rest on there for now. Okay, that was step 3. Oh, let's see if we have any idling of the V-wheels. No, not on this side. Seems to be aligned well. This also seems to be aligned well. If there would have been any idling, so usually these rollers here, they're attached with eccentric nuts, which basically means that the hole in the nut is off center. So when you rotate the screw, then you can therefore adjust the tightness of how much that wheel presses into the extrusion by adjusting that distance. But we didn't have to do that. Everything kind of came out well, which is good. Okay, step 4, install the T-type screw rod. All right, here we go. It doesn't look like there's anything special in terms of orientation for this. One thing that they are showing is that the bed is slightly elevated from the printing platform. So here in the manual, you can see it looks like it's supposed to be kind of floating. I unfortunately have not yet invented anti-gravity technology, so I'm going to use a box to prop everything up with. And what better time to talk about our filament sponsor, Polymaker. So a little bit more about them a little bit later when we try to print the Benchy. But for now, finding a good second use case for the box that everything came in by using it to prop up our print bed during assembly. Checking into the chat, it looks like there is a question about whether the bed is heated or not. The bed is heated, and I think it can, the brochure advertised that the nozzle can go up to 250 degrees Celsius and the bed can go up to 100 degrees Celsius. And that is probably due to the fact that it is semi-enclosed, so when all of the heat kind of stays inside, things are a bit easier to heat up, and you don't need to necessarily use a bigger heating element. So that's always good to see. Okay, time to put in step 4, install the T-type screw rod and coupling. It doesn't say anything. Okay, and tighten the screw. Okay, so there is a shaft collar here that we have to tie everything into. Is this going to rotate down by itself? Nope. Okay. Also, this Z-axis rod is pre-greased, so it is a little bit greasy. I'm just going to wipe this on my shorts. But that is also nice that they give you this extra tube of super lube to keep everything lubricated. Definitely always good practice 3D printer maintenance wise to make sure that all your Z-axis rods are properly greased. One thing I am noticing here is that the coupler that the Z rod goes into that's mounted to the bed is a little bit loose. I'm wondering if that is by design though, because both sides are the same amount of loose, and spinning it also makes the screw underneath spin. So I'm going to leave it for now, assuming that's maybe done on purpose, but something to keep in mind in the future when we want to maybe do some troubleshooting if things aren't working correctly. So. All right, let's zoom in on one of these couplers here and tighten them up. So I'm gonna rotate this around It doesn't say how far they want you to put them in. I'm assuming they want you to just bottom it out because there's really no other feature to mount against except maybe what's internal to the shaft coupler. So go at it from this side. Whoop. So much packaging foam. Oh no. It is kind of fun though to build a 3D printer. I guess I've always enjoyed that part of the hobby, just to put everything together and you kind of learn new tricks and stuff that you can use in your own projects, which is always nice. So definitely a hands-on learning experience, which is super cool, and I really appreciate. This one seems to be too big. It looks like maybe these are M3 screws as opposed to M4s, which is the head that we had on previously. And that one's too small. What size are you? That's so strange. Oh. Okay, no, they're just super tight. Could have just loosened those before everything falls into place. Also want to make sure that I don't strip the screw, because that will be bad. A little bit tough to see and a little bit tough to get to. That is hard to grab, especially when your hands are all greasy from that Z-rod. Let me see here. Get a flashlight in there, see what this looks like. Does this fit? It looks like it fits. I think they were just a little bit overzealous of pre-tightening these in the factory, but I guess that is around the motor, so we don't want to touch that one really. Okay, we're just gonna, okay, here we go. That makes sense. Obviously, okay, should have thought about this more before trying to unscrew everything. The bottom shaft coupler clamps to the motor shaft and couples the shaft with the Z-axis, which is why there is one screw for the stepper motor shaft and one for the lead screw. So yeah, you don't actually need to loosen them both. You just need to loosen the top one, which definitely makes a lot of sense. And should have thought about that. So thank you actually for tightening them down so tight at the factory. The bottom one that I didn't accidentally undo it, then would have to retighten them. Okay, here we go. This one's also in. Okay. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Oh, lost my screwdriver bit. And tight. Okay. Excellent. That step is complete. Very cool. All right, let us move on to the next step, which is step 5. Oh boy, this is the big step. Install the top frame and filament guide support. So we are now going to put our top on the printer as well as install the filament guide rail. And for this, just a lot of screws basically. So step 1, install the filament guide support with M4x6 screws as shown in this figure. 2, install and orient the top frame using M6x35 screws and M6 flat gaskets to orient the 4 profiles in top frame. Step 3, use the M414 flat round head screws to lock the 2 profiles on the left and right according to the circle icon position. Okay, so it looks like they basically just combined the steps of installing the top frame and the guide support into one step. So no problem. Let's do that. Where is the top? It is hiding under my desk. Let's just take a quick look at what this looks like. Wow, this is a chunky boy. Woo! Quite heavy. We have all of our stepper motors on the back here, and then as well as a control board on the right. The direct drive extruder is also already pre-installed. I just want to make sure that when I put these on, I don't accidentally pinch anything, because that would be bad. Cool. That's nice. Again, everything just sits where it's supposed to, which is so nice that it's not a balancing act to try to put everything together. And this is where we're at right now. Creality in the front, really nice looking machine, really professional looking. Could definitely see something like this standing in an office and not looking out of place. Sorry for the handheld shaky cam here, just fixing my tripod height so that you guys can see up top what I'm working with. But yeah, this is starting to look like a 3D printer. All right, now we're cooking with gas. Here we go. Very exciting. So install the filament guide. So they want me to do the filament guide first. That's interesting. I guess because you have to get underneath it. Okay. Let's follow their instructions and not try to improvise here. Again, thank you all so much for stopping by today and spending some of your Saturday with us while we set up this 3D printer. So far, overall impressions are still quite good. It's been relatively smooth sailing so far. Hopefully that didn't jinx it for all the superstitious viewers today. That's definitely one thing. So at work, I'm a mechanical engineer, specifically robotics. And the one thing you never ever want to say, ever, is, well, that was easier than I thought. Because without fail, as soon as you say that, something will break just to spite you. So never ever say the E word. Okay, the filament guide is in. Next, install and orient the M6x35 screws and washers. Okay, M6x35. Ronald DHS says, looks nice. Yeah, so far this is looking really good. Again, I'm kind of getting an Ultimaker vibe. We had some of those at school a while back, and they were nice machines. So this is quite cool. All right, let's see. Have a head that's big enough. Oh. Okay. Wow, this screwdriver set has everything. Even has an M6 for those big screws. Here I have to. Everything is a little bit in terms of. Everything is under tension a little bit. Again, I think, you know, by design to keep everything in place. But I have to, whoops. I'm gonna pinch everything. Is this correct? Yep, okay, here we go. Nice. Actually, okay, take that back, not flex. This is actually for the end cap covers, I think, to also give them a place to recess. There's a little gap, which I wasn't sure if it was correct, but maybe it seems to be. By doing that, though, I think I've misaligned something elsewhere. Oh, that's also nice. There are slots There we go, boom, to slot into for the extrusions. Really interesting. So the slots, these top in the top plate of the printer have milled slots in it that the other aluminum extrusion mounts into. So again, everything is kind of self-aligning, which is fantastic to see. Again, makes assembly by a single person super duper 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 easy. Let's see. Oh, we have JJ Navacool. So the Z reels are on wheels, the X is rods, and the Y. So it looks like the Y is also on rods. So here you can see I guess both the X and the Y. It is rods with belts, and then the Z axis is a Z. So that's actually an important thing to note also. There has been some confusion with this printer. Some people mistakenly calling it a Core XY, where if you're not kind of familiar with the different types of printers, there's two main kinds for machines like this, besides the Delta printer. One is a Cartesian printer style, where you essentially have an independent motor for the X, Y, and Z axis. And the other style is called a Core XY printer. And that is basically where everything is belt driven. And the two motors that are responsible for moving the print head in the X and Y direction actually move together. So there's not like one single motor for the X and the Y. They both have to work together in harmony. That is done to, again, make mass that you have to move around a little bit lighter so that you can print faster. But some people had called this printer a Core XY printer because of the belts, and I think because of its size. This is not a Core XY machine. This is, in fact, just a standard Cartesian 3D printer. So one thing I'm noticing here, let's see, I think, I didn't count the screws, but I think I'm missing a screw and a washer combo. Oh, no, it's just trying to run away. Here it is, hiding underneath the printer. Yeah, Joseph says, I believe the X and Y are rods, very much like the CR5 Pro. Correct. And I guess quick question, guys. Am I still coming through okay audio-wise? I am on a wireless mic. So if at any time you guys can't hear me, please do let me know. I just have to run and quickly swap batteries. But if I could just get some confirmation in the chat that you guys can still hear me, that would be amazing. Felix says, looks like it's impossible to upgrade it with rails. Yeah, so probably this printer, unless you're upgrading the Z axis, so I could see it getting taller, but certainly in the X and Y, it does seem to be limited in terms of the build area. Okay, just getting confirmation, coming through loud and clear in the chat. Awesome, thank you, Joseph. Okay, step 5, wire connection. All right. It's Mighty Morphin wiring time. Here we go. Lots of red caution markers, which is always exciting. Okay, so connect all the wires by color and marking as shown in the figure. Caution, select the correct input voltage to match your local mains. Good point. Okay, where would we do that? Damage can occur if the voltage is set incorrectly. So usually on the back of these printers, there is a little switch that you can toggle, where you can select the output voltage, but I don't see that here. It's usually right by the power supply. Let's take a look. Do we see a selector in there of any kind if we zoom in? So this is where the power supply, at least the connections, sit. Oh, Ronald checked. All I could find about the name on Creality's US trademark registration. Translation of word and mark. The wording Sermoon has no meaning in a foreign language. No dice. Okay, so I think they literally just made up Sermoon. Hey, Ron, thanks for checking. Excellent. So Sermoon is a made-up word. Good to know. I can't find the switch anywhere for the power voltage selection. Which is strange because they explicitly call out in the manual, make sure your voltage is set correctly. So, what do you guys think? Should we just go for it? I think maybe we should just plug it in because I unfortunately really don't see any type of voltage selector. It's weird. Select the correct input voltage to match your local mains. I want to. Okay, well, for now we're going to keep going and assume that it's set correctly. We'll go from there. Because I don't want to just start unscrewing the power supply to, make sure that everything is matching up. I mean, this is the US version, so let's assume for now that they sent the right one. Joseph says, send it! We are gonna send it! Alright, we're just gonna plug it in and do it. It's gonna be awesome. 24-pin connector. Let's start connecting some wires. First wire here is the power mains that we click in here. Also, one thing I've noticed about Creality machines, especially, everything is always really nicely labeled, which is good. Where does this guy go? You are not a 24-pin connector. You are a 24-pin connector. Here, let me zoom you guys out so you guys can see all these nice things I'm plugging in. So that is the control board with all our limit switches, it seems, as well as our thermistor. Okay, so this is all the interface. This is the interface PCB for everything that is happening in the tool head, including extruder motor, fan, and thermistor. And that is all connected with this 24-pin plug. Click. No? Come on, click. Get in there. A little scary. This is just cantilevered. Okay, that is in there. What is this? Filament detector. Oh, right, filament runout detector. Okay, so I guess that gets mounted on the side here. So, okay, cool. And now we're looking for our final connector. It's a 10-pin. Where do you go? It looks like you go into the stepper motor. Aha, here we go. Wiring harness. I think it's this side. Click, and we are connected. Okay, awesome. Move you guys up again so you can see what we're working with. And here we go. Nice branding on the machine too. Looks really good. Does this thing have auto leveling? So unfortunately, this does not, but according to the wiring diagram in the manual, it does support a BL Touch. So my suspicion is that we're just waiting on a firmware upgrade. ESC Krasky says, I remember seeing a 3D printer which had a replaceable head that could make the device into a CNC in 2015, thinking that ain't cheap. 5 years later, there's no trace of it. So actually, those machines, so I think the one you're thinking of is the Snapmaker. I think it ended up costing around $1,800, I want to say. And that did have removable heads. There was also a kind of more budget-friendly version called the eCub Maker Toy DIY 4-in-1, which I actually reviewed in one of my videos. And, you know, while it's certainly not like a CNC machine where you could mill aluminum or something like that kind of with ease, it could potentially be good for like light plastics or PCBs. So they do exist, but I do agree that those types of printers are a bit rare, those multi-purpose machines, just because everything's, you know, having multiple heads makes everything a bit more expensive. That head also, I think both of those machines also had a laser, which is pretty cool. Again, probably just but just useful for engraving purposes. Okay, step 7, arrange the wiring harness. According to the real demand, tie the wire harness well with ribbon as shown in picture. So I think they just want us to zip tie down all the cables. Let me grab those out of here. Good news is that the box is getting emptier, so we are making progress on the setup. All right, zip ties. Oh, neat feature. Okay. Wow, this machine is nice. So check this out, everybody. If we go over here, we can see that, you guys see this? This guy right here? So this is actually a holder. Oh, no, you can't see because you're in the wrong, because you're on the wrong camera. My apologies. So this guy right here is a just mount for a zip tie to keep all the cabling in place that has come pre-installed in the extrusion. So that's really nice, again, that they included that to make sure that, you know, you can clean everything up well. So there's one here, there's one slightly underneath here as well. Wow, really, really nice feature. Keeps everything nice and clean and internal. So again, props to Creality. Very nice. And I think they just want you to do that with the ribbon cable because the cabling for the heat bed has to move up and down with the Z-axis. Zip tie in here. Okay, so we are about an hour into assembly now and making good progress. Again, don't want to jinx anything, but I don't know if we're actually going to need another hour to finish this printer. Hopefully not. Hopefully we'll be up and running a bit more quickly. Okay, zip zip. We're gonna cut that in a minute. More zip ties. How many zip ties do they want me to install here? It says 5. 5 zip ties. That is a lot of zip ties. Okay. That's nice though that they have all of them pre-installed. Okay. Also, everything that travels together in the harness, wire-wise, is kept together with this braided cable sleeve, again, just to make everything nice and clean. Just a bunch of nice features like that on this printer. Just kind of from, you know, setting it up right now. Definitely a lot of thought seems to have gone into the design and layout and assembly, which is really nice. Certainly Creality at this point have to be one of the more experienced printer makers, so I'm sure that with everything that they've learned over the years, they have some good ideas about how to lay out printer designs, and happy to say that so far they seem to be putting that knowledge to good use. So, okay, all those zip ties are tight. I'm now going to take the snips that they had. I'm going clip. Clip. And also coming over here, cutting this guy off. Clip. 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 Okay, perfect. Question in the chat, Ronald says, have you done any more DIY 3D scanners? Not yet, but there is actually an interesting sensor recently released by Intel called the Intel RealSense. It's basically a 3D LiDAR, which is a laser scanner, but it can measure the depth of an entire surface at once. So that's definitely something I'd be interested in getting my hands on and just playing around to see if, you know, we can make a 3D scanner out of that. So not yet, but I guess the answer would be stay tuned. All right, let's double check anything else what's going on in the chat. It says we should make a site where you can add factory installed upgrades to your printer for purchasing. The comment there being whether or not this comes with an auto bed leveling feature by default. It's a really good idea. Let's see. Also, some discussion about whether it's cheaper to buy or make your own CNC machine and 3D printer. And yeah, I'm wondering about that. I mean, some of these printers now, they're just so cheap, like the Ender 3 and the Elegoo Neptune 2. I mean, you get a lot for, you know, $160, under $200 US. So I think they're really taking advantage of kind of producing in volume, but I mean that would be cool for sure. That's definitely on my project list too. I want to make my own CNC machine or CNC or 3D printer, but only in the planning stages for that so far. Okay. Oh boy, time to install the plexiglass. Okay, so install the left baffle using 8 screws. Wow. Okay, they're all each side plate is held with 8 screws and 1 window. So I think the left one, according to the diagram, is just the standard sheet of plexiglass without anything in it. I guess before I take this off, let me make sure the screws are handy. We are looking for M4x8, and that has to be these guys. Perfect. Let's see. Taking a quick second to think what is left, what is right. When they say left, they have to mean from the front of the machine, I guess. So we're gonna turn it. Whoa! He is heavy. Oh my goodness. All right. I think also now we can probably take the box out from underneath the printer here. Then the question is the build plate going to sink? We're about to find out. And it stays. Fantastic. Definitely an advantage of the dual lead screw system, that when the motors become inactive, the build plate doesn't sink, which is important on printers that have power loss resume, because if the power were to fail and your Z-axis suddenly dips down, resuming that print would be very difficult. So definitely another added feature of the dual axis lead screw. Peeling the protective film off of plastic is usually pretty nice, but that sound was pretty grody. I don't know. Definitely isn't going to make it into an ASMR video. Let's see. All right, time to put on the sidewalls. On either the hex wrench or my screwdriver, where I put that. Okay, and let's begin. This goes this way, okay. So no screws on the bottom, just on the top and on the side. So nothing down here. Interesting. Wonder why they didn't also install brackets down there to mount to attach the plexiglass, because in theory I guess it could just kind of push out from the bottom, but maybe it was a packaging thing where they couldn't package it well and decided to leave that out. Interesting. I mean, certainly probably nothing that'll affect the printer in any way, but symmetry, I don't know, if you're into that, would be cool, I guess, to make sure that everything is attached from all sides. But no problem. Whoa! Almost tipped it off the desk. That would be bad. It would probably crash through my floor and break the ceiling because it's so massive. And I'm also dropping my phone. We're dropping everything. Oh no. Let's see. All right. A lot of screws. I guess there is some attachment points for the bottom, you know, because it is down here. Maybe it's not going to bow out as much as I thought. Okay. Get in there. ESC says, careful with the phone, which I'm using to monitor chat. I think I will move that phone so I don't end up throwing it back on the floor. They should advertise this. Who needs the gym when you have the Creality Sermoon D1? The gym, or the printer for weightlifting. All the electronics running, it is getting quite toasty in my office. I think I'm gonna turn up my air conditioner a little bit. Super make me a phone. Yeah, I should, but I probably inadvertently break this one. That's funny. Maybe for the next stream, I'll have an autonomous camera drone that just zooms in around my head and also holds a tablet for chat. Just go super crazy. That would be actually really cool though. Have you guys, I don't know, depending on how old you guys are, have you ever seen the movie Flubber with Robin Williams? In that movie, he played a mad scientist that somehow created, if I remember correctly, like a sentient gack, like slime toy. But he had this really cool robotic assistant that was basically a drone that just followed him around, and that would be really, really useful for me here. All right. Next step, install the backplate right here. So looks to be similar with the exception here that we have to make sure that we get the right orientation for the power plug on the back. So let's go do that. Okay. I'm gonna flip this guy. Oy. One unintended consequence, by installing the side plates, this guy is getting harder to grab and rotate around. So I think what I'm gonna do for the rest of these back plates is I'm gonna just leave the camera or leave the printer parked in one place, and then just move the camera around so you guys can see what is going on. I'm wondering, just if in the interest of time for this stream, we really need to put in all 8 screws right now. I mean, these plastic sides don't really do anything structurally. So what I might do, just because I want to get started printing, I want to see how this benchy does. So I'm just gonna put in a couple of screws for now, and then add the rest later. I think 3 should do it for the time being. So here we go, one more up top. We're here, might as well. I guess if you have the opportunity to, you should always do things correctly. That is a good lesson. Because otherwise, if something doesn't go according to plan, you're like, oh, was it because I messed something up, or is it because there's a fault in the software? So take back what I said. Let's just put in all the screws. Again, they shouldn't do anything, but at least that way we can say that we followed all of the proper build instructions, and then can diagnose the printer, or judge the printer, I guess, in its assembled state the way that it was intended to be from the factory. Really cool looking machine though. I like it. Uh-oh. A little bit of a spacing issue, maybe? Oops. Accidentally pinched one of the cables. There we go. One of the guide cables came pinched between the plexiglass and the bracket, one of the guide cables that was pre-installed in the top frame here. Get in there. Okay. Backplate is in. Take a quick look at the chat. I really like how this machine looks, but how is the noise? Definitely. So that's going to be a good question. They do have a silent stepper driver board in here. I guess like we saw from the wiring diagram. Hopefully, also everything being at least semi-enclosed will also cut down on the noise a bit. JJ Navacool says, by the way, thanks for helping me procrastinate. You're welcome. I hope, you know, if you do have something super important to do that is life-threatening, definitely get that taken care of first. But otherwise, I'm always happy to help you procrastinate. Thank you for stopping by and watching. ESC says, I don't know if you've all seen the movie filming computer they use on the field. It isn't closed in the box. It's really starting to look like one of those, just a lot bigger and heavier. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And then it says, have you watched the film The Runaway? I have not. Those robots did not age well. The drones were spot on. I love 80s movies that try to predict the future, because some of the predictions they make in those movies are just wild. All right. Install the right side. So here we are. Again, I think the big thing to watch out for here is where this hole goes for the filament spool holder, as well as the filament runout sensor. That's something that we'll have to take a look at. But otherwise, looks straightforward. Yeah, so talking about old movies, actually. So if you guys, I guess, were online, probably got tons of emails, but Amazon Prime Day just happened, and I guess the one thing that I picked up from there that I thought was really interesting is they had the Twilight Zone on Blu-ray, like all, I think, 156 episodes of the Twilight Zone on Blu-ray, and started watching that yesterday, actually. And I have to say, like, in terms of predicting the future, Rod Serling did a pretty good job. Like, a lot of the things that, you know, he had talked about maybe happening, like, was happening. So, like, traveling to the moon, robots. The first episode was interesting. It turns out that this guy wakes up alone. Spoiler for those of you guys that haven't seen the first episode of Twilight Zone. My bad if this is a spoiler. But this guy wakes up in a town. He's all alone. And he doesn't remember his name. And for like a half an hour, he tries to figure out what is happening. And the twist of the episode is that he is an astronaut, or an astronaut in training, who basically was locked in a box for 3 weeks. And they wanted to see if he had the mental fortitude to be able to go on a moon mission and basically survive being locked in the box. And then it made me wonder, wait, what? A moon mission? It turns out that that entire show was filmed in the 50s before we ever even made it to the moon. And I mean, that show was wondering about that, like confinement during long duration space travel, all that stuff. So Rod Serling, hats off to him, like as a futurist and being able to, you know, predict kind of what would be coming and what society would become in terms of tech advancement. Some of his predictions, really good. I love the Twilight Zone, says Ronald, for sure. And honestly, too, because everything was filmed on film and not digitally, the Blu-ray transfers actually also look quite good. So, like, they're full 1080, which is definitely a higher resolution probably than, you know, the studio ever intended them to be viewed at, but it looks good. So, but yeah, I guess what started this also, I guess this conversation was the comment about robots not holding up well. Certainly, if you look at old movies with practical effects, like Jurassic Park, all that stuff that heavily relied on animatronics, for me, I mean, those always look better and age better than some CG movies. So not to start a flame war in the chat, I guess, about the Star Wars trilogy prequels, but certainly looking at some of that CG in those movies, whew, it has not aged well, and it definitely has aged less well in HD. All right, almost done with all these screws, and all the side panels are almost on. Then I think it's time for the door, the filament spool holder, and then I think we are pretty much good. And then we can start to print. Awesome. So we started the stream at 10 a.m. It is now 11:40 here local time, so still under the 2-hour mark. See if we can beat Joel. Wahaha. Let's see. It's the final door screw, I think. One thing I also was doing here while I was talking to you guys is there is a small recess for the cable for the filament runout sensor that plugs into this main board that's just on the side here. And that was just a quick 3-wire connection. Okay, that is on. Ronald says, that happened with Star Trek The Next Generation. It was filmed on film. Agreed, old CG does not age well. For sure. Okay, time to install the filament spool holder, and I think I've made a mistake. Yikes. Okay, here's my mistake. I put the door on, but unfortunately, what I forgot to put on before the door was on is the filament spool holder here that attaches to the inside of the rail. So it looks like I need to take the door off again. Yikes. No way around that, huh? I do have a fail horn here. That's the sound effect for when we make a mistake. I'm actually also wondering if I'm installing it this way. There should be some screw holes, I believe, on the side. Where I can attach it to, because otherwise I don't see how these are going to go in. How do you guys go in here? Oh, what? So with this spool holder, we have this bracket, but unfortunately, and that bracket comes with 2 screws. But what I'm seeing here is that this extrusion, I guess that's inside here, that also has the Z rails. It doesn't have anywhere for me to screw into, which makes me wonder just how the heck they're intending me on attaching this. So let me see, let me grab an extra light here and let me take a look. Another handy tool I can recommend is I also picked these up from Amazon. They are RGB USB-C chargeable photo lights. Which are both good for photography, but also so like you can change colors on them, and they're kind of fun that way. But they also have a white mode here, which is really handy to use them like a portable flashlight. Up profile right. What do they want me to do with the spool holder? I have a suspicion that they just want this to be floating inside. Because, I mean, there are screws, but there is no nuts that I can mate those screws to. So I'm wondering if they just want to basically have that to reinforce the plexiglass? It seems less than ideal, but you know what? We're gonna do that for now at least. And then if I figure out the way, if that's not the correct way, and I figure out the way they want you to do it after the fact, then I will go back and change that later on after the stream. But for right now, what I think they literally just want you to do on here is, based on these instructions, this side. It looks like here, they just want you to screw that against the plexiglass. Yeah, there's comments in the chat. Look for the other side. Maybe the rails are misplaced. I looked at the other side too. So these are labeled left and right, and so at least I know they're on the right side, or on the correct side. But there's also, like, even if I flip the rails, there's nothing on the other side either. It's very strange. It's very strange. I will definitely investigate that and report back. For now, though, this is weird. Oh, at the bottom, maybe? No. No screw holes there either. This is strange. This hole is too big. Unclear how this spool holder. On the side there was a hole. There is the holder. So here, I'll show you guys. So what we're currently looking at is, so here's the hole right there. And regardless of how I mount this way, or this way, or this way, like, there is no way for me to attach this in a way. Ah, there it is. I found it. It was hiding on the other side. Okay. My bad. Here we go. I was looking to mount it at the wrong place. It's supposed to be here. Okay. Yeah, oops, okay. Guess I have to take that door off. We'll go quick here. Uh-oh, 10 minutes until we hit the 2-hour mark. Granted, we didn't start constructing right away, but still. Let's see if we can do this quickly. Okay, so for those of you watching this stream after the fact, as a follow-along to assembling your own Sermoon D1, the spool holder holes are actually on one of the corner braces, not in the middle Z-axis guide. So, something to be aware of. I make these mistakes, so you don't have to, or something like that. Want to make sure to not accidentally nick the plexiglass as I'm taking these screws off. Maybe it's just acrylic. I'm not sure if it's polycarbonate or acrylic. Also take out the filament runout sensor cable from the top here. Okay, here we go. The saying, now we're cooking with gas. I was gonna say that again, but I realized I'd already said it. Do they mean like propane or do they mean like gasoline? I feel like you don't want to cook with gasoline, but certainly lighting that on fire would make things hotter quicker. Anybody knows where that saying comes from or what it means, let me know. Now we're cooking with gasoline. How many engineers do you need to install a bracket? Apparently more than one, and everybody in the chat. I'm sure there's some engineers there too, so I think in the chat we have a total of maybe like 10, 15 people, so at least that number. And I think also for feedback for Creality, they told you to zip tie everything early in the build, but right now there's a cable that's right in the way that is zip tied in place. So I don't know, if they're doing revisions to the instructions, I would say maybe at least for this side to hold off on zip tying everything, because the bracket for the spool holder and the screws are right there, interfering with where the cable runs along. So also, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to install this backwards, because right now it is really hard to get to with the back cover already on. Because so this bracket is open on one side and kind of closed, walled off on the other side. I'm going to install it like this instead, which should fit, hopefully, but also give me a little bit easier access. So. Okay. All right, and the second screw. Okay, they are in. So now, let's put the spool holder on. Ah, crap. You can install them upside down because the gantry interferes, or you can install the bracket backwards because the gantry interferes. Crud. Wow, everything is pretty tight in here. Okay. then definitely what I would recommend Creality do is I would move the setup steps where you install the spool holder first and then you install all the side plates. Because right now that's keeping me from having easy access over there. Yeah, this would be a lot easier if the back plate were off. Also, I'm going to switch to my screwdriver. Google, gas cookers began to replace wood burners around 1915, and the actual phrase was used by Hollywood radio comedians around December 1939. Then appropriated by gas companies to promote gas cooking from around 1941 onward. Nice. Awesome, thank you for... thank you for looking that up. Maybe we should start cooking with gasoline. That could be the next big marketing drive. Promoted by YouTube live streamers who thought they were comedians in around 2021. The phrase has since not been adopted by anyone because cooking with gasoline is wildly dangerous. That's funny. Reminds me of King of the Hill, if you guys ever watched that show, where Hank Hill sold propane and propane accessories. It's like the follow-up to Beavis and Butthead. It's always a fun show. All right. Okay, so this screwdriver definitely comes in handy because if you use that Allen wrench, you have to deal with that L and you keep bumping into the brackets. So I would say definitely if you do a lot of 3D printer assemblies, pick up one of these kits. They're quite nice. All right, Joseph says, gotta go, but thank you so much for the stream. Catch you next time, Alex. Thank you so much for stopping by, Joe. Again, this entire replay of this live stream will also be posted as a full episode at the live stream conclusion. So definitely please be sure to stop on back and check to see if we managed to get everything assembled correctly. But thank you so much for stopping by. Okay, filament runout detector goes on the outside. Clipping that in this way. Dropping things on the ground. Putting the plexiglass back in, alignment-wise. Joseph unfortunately has to go just before we're gonna turn on the printer. And he told me to go full send on the power supply. So he won't know whether or not that was a good choice or not until he watches the replay after the fact. But hopefully we'll have some good news for him. Again, I still kind of just glancing over there to see if I could find the power connector for setting the voltage. Still can't find it. So gonna assume that that was set correctly by the factory. Okay. Whew. Finally, everything is on. Everything will hopefully clear. There will be no interference by gantries or anything else. I definitely think I have to turn on the air conditioning. It is getting quite warm. It is 82 degrees outside of my house, and the air conditioning strangely has not gone on since we started this live stream. Okay. Cool. Third one screw, I think previously drop on the ground before. Oh no, here it is. Okay. Whew! There we go. Sidewall is on. Spool holder. Move the bed down a little bit. Making noises. Also interesting spool holder design here, as opposed to your standard thread. It like mates in like this, and you kind of have to press it and guide it around like that. So it's like a twist and turn connector. Good thought. Again, maybe just a little harder to get to with an enclosed printer, but aha, we are on. Okay, woohoo! Yeah, JJ Navakul says probably the Creality ship printer is one with an automatically switching power supply. I hope so. We're gonna find out. Okay, last steps. Put on the doors and then install the profile cable. So we're on the last two assembly steps. Step one here, the doors. And then step two, oh. This way. Here we go. JJ Navcool says, if you are in Texas, maybe the company is adjusting your thermostat. I am not in Texas. I'm in Ohio. But I certainly hope it's not adjusting my thermostat. I'm gonna turn it on. Gonna full send this air conditioning right now. It's on eco. I mean, look, I usually like that, but right now I'm just really warm. So, okay, air conditioning is hopefully on. Fantastic. All right, time to put on those doors. Ah, sweet, sweet breeze. There it is. Yeah, my air conditioning had turned itself to eco mode. The robots are taking over. They're playing with my thermostat. The Google Nest is just adjusting itself based on what it thinks it should be. Whew. Okay, ooh, how do these go in? This is interesting. Little different bracketing mechanism, okay. Interesting to see, so moving you guys over just so you guys can take a look. Again, the doors go, can we focus? Can we get you to focus? There we go. There are holes in the extrusion right there that the doors screw into. So hopefully those will be a little bit easier access than the spool holder. Okay, door number one. How do I install you? Oh, also a lot of grease on the doors. Interesting. We want to use M4x8 socket cap screw. Okay, new set of screws. JJ Nav Cool says, it's a really nice looking machine. If it is silent, I am sold. Would be nice. Silent printers are definitely good. That's what Ronald says, being in a 120 volt country is always an advantage here. No risk of magic smoke. That is a fact. That's true. If you undervolt it, it's gonna have way much less of a bad time than if you overvolt something and you let the magic smoke out. So gotta look at the diagram, which side, they both have handles. Both doors have handles, okay. Whoop. Dropping everything left and right. Once the first screw is in, it always gets a bit easier. Ooh, there's a nice little spring action here on the door that snaps closed. That is nice. And there's a little rubber end stop here on top too that keeps the door from going in. Very cool. Nice feature. Okay, need some more screws. We're at 46 Fahrenheit here right now. It is cold. Regards from Chile. Ooh, that sounds nice right now when my room is 80. Very cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us all the way from Chile. That is one of the really cool things about YouTube, is that you just get to interact with so many people, like from all over the world, just with a click of the button over the internet. Technology is amazing. I'm wondering if the internet was in one of the old Twilight Zones. I'm sure there had to have been some kind of prediction about that, given everything else that show predicted. Okay, now time for the second door. Time to drop the screws for the second door. Almost. Once that first screw is in, it's always easier. I am struggling with enclosures today. For this step, a second pair of hands would definitely be good, because the doors don't quite rest flat against the frame. Oof. Come on. There we go. Woo! Okay. Got it. 2 more screws and I think we are all set. Final screw. And we did it! Woo! Victory! Everything is together. Super excited. I think it is now time to plug everything in to see if we have magic smoke. Alrighty, the moment of truth. Actually, not quite yet the moment of truth. Sorry, one final thing. To make this machine look super duper nice, Creality also included these caps right here that snap into the corners of the machine, just like this, and give everything a nice professional look. So let's put those in real fast. Wow, that is a really, really nice looking machine, I gotta say. That looks really fantastic. So let's put these on. I think these just snap in, hopefully. Ah, from the side. Very good. Makes me wonder though, if you have to press fit them in like this, will you ever get them back out if you need to? The answer is probably no, unless you pry it, in which case you might break the corners. But then again, you have a 3D printer, so maybe you can just print new edges. I don't know. But in any case, this really, really looks quite nice. It looks really, really professional. Perfect. Oh, one went in sideways. There we go. I played that victory fanfare a bit too early. Okay. All right. We can do the rest later. Okay. It is time for the moment where we turn on the printer and hope everything works. Are we ready? Let's count down. We say 3, 2, 1. Just kidding. I have to plug in the power. And we go 3, 2, 1. Nothing. Oh, yes, something. Yes! Woo! Okay. Ta-da! We did it. I do hear a fan rattling a bit. That sounds kind of angry. Can you guys hear that? That's just the fan, though. I think that's just the fan. Okay, let's see if it works its way in. Okay. So here we go, guys. We've assembled everything, so now I think it's time for the next step, which is leveling the bed. So this printer, unfortunately, even though it seems to support the BL Touch, does not have auto bed leveling yet. So it is a manual bed leveling process. So let us go ahead and and do that. How do they recommend we level the bed? For the first layer, set Z-axis, move down to 10 motors. Remove the motor? I think they must mean turn the motor off. Leveling, auto home. Okay, it is auto homing. Please click on the numbers to assist in leveling. Okay, number 1. So this is nice. This is a touch screen, a 4.3-inch color touch screen, which is neat. It says, please click on the number. Okay, 1. But how do I know? I think I have to move all the way up first. So interesting to note that the Z-axis for the printer is actually down here, which is strange. Home is definitely not where it thinks it is. This is odd. Home should not be at the bottom of the printer. Sermoon D1, version 1, yeah, okay. So this is concerning. It thinks 0 is all the way at the bottom, and now it's grinding in. This is quite strange. 0, according to the way this is moving, should be at the top, but it thinks it's at the bottom. And that makes me curious. So, why is it? It's almost like the Z-axis motors are wired in backwards. But why though? Let me turn it off again. Turn it back on. Where is the Z end stop? Maybe is the other question. So the Z end stop. Oh, well, that explains it. That's bad news. Unfortunately, as you'll see here, the Z end stop button just exploded. And it seems like the Z-axis end stop might have been broken. That's actually a thing that I saw previously from the Creality Sermoon D1 videos that I saw, is that the Z end stop that you see right there arrived in an unintentionally disassembled state. Let's put it like that. And that is very bad, because we actually need that to allow the machine to home, but this button is completely shot. So that is a problem. Whew, okay. Definitely something to contact Creality about. But now is the question, I guess, if we want to still print something, we have to manually move everything up, but it's refusing to go up any higher than this because that's where it initialized and that's where it thinks 0 is. So that is most unfortunate. I've never seen that before. Let's see, what kind of connector does it use? And can I steal a Z-axis switch from another printer? Unfortunately, I think the answer is no. And they also seem to have hot glued the Z-end cable end stop into place and soldered everything together. So these are leads for the... Oh, that's no bueno. Okay, so here's what's happening. Creality has a Z-end limit switch, and they soldered it directly to the wire, and then took the other end of the wire, the connector, and hot glued it into place so it wouldn't pull out, which is a good thing to do. But unfortunately, they also did not send any extra Z end stop limit switches, so we don't have any good way of swapping anything out right now. The other issue is that unfortunately, I can't manually move the Z-axis up because it doesn't want to go past the point where it initializes. And the strange thing is that the Z-axis seems to want to travel down instead of up to home, even though the limit switch is at the top here, which makes me think that these Z motor leads are wired basically backwards from what they should be on the control board. So, or at least not, yeah, I'm not sure why it's trying to home down. If it's up above. What happens if we use the touch screen? So the X and the Y axes move exactly as they should. And to assist in leveling, what they do is to assist in leveling, you can use a touch screen to move around the X, Y, and Z axis, and that works well. But there is a Z axis problem in the sense that if I try to move the Z axis up, it won't go past 0, which is where it turned on. So stuck at 0. I can go down, so that goes down, but the limit switch is up here. That's so weird. And I know that I know that I installed these rails correctly because very clearly there is a sticker on the rail right here that says up. So that's at the right orientation. Yeah, it thinks it homed. Let's see. If I disconnect the end stop switch, that was a suggestion in chat, will it freak out? Let's find out. Again, the problem is it is kind of already disconnected because it broke. I mean, it's literally in pieces. And now I'm wondering too, is remember at the very beginning I said, look, there's a random piece of plastic? I'm wondering if that random piece of plastic came from that end stop. And another YouTube video that I saw online prior to starting this live stream, unboxing it, had a very similar issue. They said basically the Z end stop that they had was crushed, and because of that, they had to contact Creality for a spare. The other thing is, let me see if I can disconnect it and see what we can do. I'm gonna cut the wire. That's a real shame. It's a beautiful machine, but it can get sunk by one faulty Z-stop limit switch. That's kind of hot glued. Here, let me show you guys. I guess that is the fun of live streaming, right? Sometimes things don't go together as they should. Okay, so just to show you guys what's happening here. So this right here is the control board for all of the limit switches, and also for the stepper motor that controls the x-axis. So, I'm sorry, the x-axis, the x-axis. And we know that that harness is incorrectly, or is seated incorrectly because the x-axis moves like it should. So on the other side of this, again, we just turn it a little bit and move the camera. You also have some z-axis switches right here. Let's see. So you have some z-axis switches right there. And those are hot glued in place. So what I'm gonna do is, I mean, we're here, let's try to fix it and see what we can do. And the best thing to do, I think, right now is to probably just take the door off. So assuming that we can't get this together today, what I will do is I will contact Creality. Hopefully they'll be able to send out a new Z sensor. And then with that new Z sensor, we can either maybe have a follow-up live stream as soon as that replacement part comes in, or I'll just post a follow-up on YouTube. But I think a live stream would be the way to go. Because I mean, I do think that, I mean, for what this machine is, it looks really promising. It's a bummer that this one broken sensor would would just sink the entire operation. So let's see if I can at least get here and remove the connector. Shame. Let's see if I can get around here. Okay, I might need a little screwdriver. And some additional light. And then let me see if I can salvage a a Z end stop, maybe from another machine, just temporarily. So definitely then a follow-up suggestion for Creality, as they make more of these machines, is to include a spare Z limit switch in the machine, just so that in case this does happen during shipping, people can swap it out. Let's see. So what I'm doing right now is I'm taking off the board with all the breakout PCB with all the end stops, and then I'm going to see if I can get the Z limit switch out of there, because everything is hot glued, which is, I guess they did to make sure that nothing would come loose during shipping, but it's certainly not an ideal thing to have when you're trying to service a printer, in case something goes wrong or you need to do a fix. So here we go. So here's the control board. Here is the broken Z, and boy oh boy, there's a lot of hot glue there. Someone went real happy with the hot glue gun at the factory. Let's see if we can pick that off. But yeah, in the chat there was a comment that the machine thinks it homed, and I think maybe that's correct. Thank you, ESC, for stopping by. Definitely check out to see how this situation ends up, either when we post this episode or when we have a follow-up live stream, in case we aren't able to fix this problem here today. But thank you so much for stopping by, you guys. Now let's see. Gonna do some hot glue surgery. Wow, man, they really were overzealous with this hot glue here. Oof. Yeah, dear 3D printing companies, please don't put hot glue on your connectors. That is, I think, not worth the risk of breaking something trying to remove the glue when you have to fix the printer. So that would be my recommendation to any 3D printer companies watching, is to please not hot glue in your Molex connectors. It says isopropyl alcohol will loosen hot glue. Yeah, that's true, I guess. I want to start dissolving stuff on a circuit board now, though I don't know if I have any clean isopropyl alcohol. Oh boy. Okay, now we're pulling, now the whole connector is coming off. Yikes. So we'd have to resolder that anyway. Okay, so here's the connector. Now free from its PCB. The leads are just off, which is fine because it's a Molex connector. But 1 second. Let me close the door here real quick. And let's see. Alrighty. Whew. So now basically what I want to do is I want to get this connector off right here and get it out. So I think we're gonna get away with, it is free. Oh boy. Okay. Now let's stick that guy back on there if we can. Oof. That's a shame that this happened, because so far, other than that, the assembly process was going really well. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, let's see, where would I have an extra Z end stop? And follow-up question is, are they just normal buttons? So they are just normal buttons. I think I can steal one out of my other printer. Gonna have to make a sacrifice for the greater good today. And let's see. Maybe I haven't. See, I also have a closet full of old stuff with 3D printers. Maybe a printer that came previously had an extra limit switch. Chances are low, but worth a check before I go and disassemble my other printer. Got a lot of SD cards, have a lot of USB cable zip ties. No limit switches. Oh, hold on. I think I have one. It's a weird one though. Let's see. Here is a limit switch. It doesn't have it doesn't have a wiper on it like the other ones do in this printer, which makes me curious about whether or not it will home. But let's give it a try. Bonus points if this plugs directly into the motherboard. It doesn't. Pablo Velasquez says this is the kind of thing that makes reviews interesting. For sure. Hey, I told you guys before, right? Thinking on your feet or something. That's definitely what makes live streams appealing. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. This is a limit switch from a different printer, the FLSun QQS. They sent an extra with their printer, so awesome. But the connector on it is wrong. So I'm gonna break out the old soldering iron and hack the old connector onto the new connector. And then we're gonna we're gonna see what that does. Another interesting note is that there is a spare connector that's unlabeled on the circuit board that, strangely, it's unclear what that's connected to. So, weird. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take off the old limit switch. I'm gonna use tiny M screws, maybe this M2.5. Let's see. I can't really see it from this angle, but let's see. Let's take out these screws holding this limit switch in place. And oh boy, yeah, that is broken. So confirming the theory that that bit of plastic that we had at the beginning in the box was definitely a part of this Z end stop, which is just crushed. Yikes. Oh yeah. So here, guys, take a look. I would say that that is one crushed connector for sure. Definitely not supposed to look like that. All right, let's see. Let's see if this switch actually even fits and has the same mounting hole locations. And what should that even bottom out with? So I'm wondering if, because the connector was crushed, I'm wondering, depending on if it was connected to normally open or normally closed, maybe that's why I thought it had homed already? Unclear. Very unclear, but this new connector does fit. So that's good, I think. Okay. This new end stop, this spare end stop that I had, does fit. So shout out to FL Sun and their QQS Pro Delta printer for sending out a spare limit switch. That might help us save the day here. So, all right, now it's time to cut and strip some wires. Oh, such a shame. Such a shame, guys. We were so close. Okay. Snip, snip. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the old connector and I'm going to splice that into the new connector with some heat shrink and a soldering iron. Luckily for these types of situations, I have a cordless soldering iron that is battery powered right here, which is good. I also need some heat shrink tubing because we certainly don't want anything to short out. And I have that in my drawer over here. Where are you, heat shrink tubing? Sorry for the noise on stream. I'm just digging through a drawer, trying to find it. Again, one of the benefits of shooting in a relatively small space is that you can't see the mess that I'm making on my floor. Heat shrink tubing, okay. As well as a heat gun. All right, let's give that a go. Suggestion in chat. Look to see if the limit switch has the same pin solder than the old. Right, reference to whether it was soldered in the normally open or normally closed position. Unfortunately, it's hard to say because everything got super crushed right here. So, not quite sure what that was connected to anymore. I'm gonna hope that the normally open and normally closed pins are standard for all printers, and we're gonna go with it. So we get the wire strippers. Want to also make sure that I don't step on any of the plexiglass sides here that I just took off. Okay. Zooming out for you guys a little bit. All right, and we are cutting the wire. I'm gonna leave plenty of extra space in case I need to repair that again or need to use it again for something else. But let's strip some wires real fast. So 1, 2 wires are stripped. Here we go. Yeah, JNav says, try first, close later. Absolutely. I think for now, even if this does end up working, just in the interest of time, I'm gonna leave the side panels off until after the stream is complete, because in case I do need to get to anything again in the future, I would just end up having to put those side panels off again. So it looks like we will not beat Joel Telling's record of assembling this machine in 2 hours. We're now approaching the 2.5-hour mark. That's okay. Like was said in chat, this is part of the fun of live streaming. I mean, props to companies for sending out printers for reviews like this to be assembled live during YouTube. Certainly, there can be technical difficulties, but it is nice to see that that they're willing to stand behind their product, in the sense that, you know, if things do go wrong, I mean, there is no way to hide that on a live stream as opposed to something like a review. And, you know, if people are going to be spending money on a machine like this, certainly I think it's important that they know all the pluses and all the minuses before they spend their hard-earned money on a 3D printer, certainly when there are lots of options out there today. So again, not to knock anybody. I mean, certainly shipping mistakes do happen, where things, you know, don't ship safely or get crushed. But hopeful that 1, we'll be able to fix it here on stream today, but then 2, that in the future, based on this situation that we're currently experiencing, at the very least, that they will send an extra limit switch along to make replacing the ZN stop easy, especially since, again, based on another YouTube video that I saw before this live stream on this printer, and unfortunately the name escapes me at the moment, but I will add that to the video description after we finish streaming here today. Creality did send him a new ZN stop, so that's good. Again, things certainly seem to have improved in some ways since Joel Telling did his live stream with him not, having anything labeled correctly. So that's not an issue that we had. So it does look like they are willing to listen to customer feedback and everything. So, all right. We are heating up the soldering iron. Another good maker tool to have, I guess I should say. It's this Hakko FX 901 cordless soldering iron. It runs off of 4 AA batteries. You can get about a half an hour of soldering out of there. You can temperature control anything because it is literally just batteries that make the heating element go hot. But it's certainly nice to have in situations like this where you need to solder something in place that's already at least partially installed for emergencies. All right, so those connections are soldered. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn the printer on. Well, actually, before I make the heat shrink tubing, before I connect the heat shrink tubing and close everything up, I'm going to take this connector, plug it back into the board here, like so. Then I'm going to turn the machine on, and I'm going to see if pushing that ZN stop while the machine is moving actually makes anything stop. And that would then suggest that the end switch is soldered in correctly. Okay. All right, ooh, a lot of fingerprints on that plexi board, especially since everything was covered in lead screw grease. Definitely something I'm gonna have to do at the end of this stream is just clean everything up. All right, moment of truth, part 2. We're gonna turn this on. Things do spin up. Good news. Gonna close my closet door here because that is just in the way. Ooh. But don't want to take out the door with it. Okay. Let me make sure my tripod is straight because you guys are listing sideways. There we go. Yeah, JNav Cool says, I think this is a minor issue. Usually they do things very well for the price. I agree. This is kind of my first less than 100% experience with Creality machines. All the other ones that I've had so far have been pretty positive experiences. So let's see if we can move anything. Oops. Let's home. It still seems to be homing in the wrong direction. Ooh. Oh, it's coming back up. Oh, guys. I think we fixed it. FL Sun QQS Pro saves the day. Because the limit switch was crushed, the machine was not homing correctly, and it was getting a normally open or normally closed signal. Moment of truth coming up here. Let's see if this can home correctly and actually stops when it hits the new Z limit switch. But certainly this is progress. Okay. Let's see what happens. It's getting closer. I'm wondering where it's going to actually home against. Okay. Awesome, guys. The button works. We are back in business. Whoo, boy. That was fun. Wow. We saved the day. There was a little bit of grinding when it was homing the other axis, which is also concerning. But I think at the very least we're in a state where we can print. So I'm going to turn the machine off real fast. I'm going to just connect the heat shrink tubing so that the homing switch doesn't short out. And then I guess let's keep going. Let's see how far we can take this. So let me get my heat gun. Plug that in, and the heat shrink tubing that we're applying now is basically just for insulation. So we have these kind of like raw wire leads hanging out right here, and we want to make sure that they don't touch and short out. So heat shrink tubing, I guess for those of you not familiar, is basically plastic tubing that you slide across these solder joints. And then what you do is you apply heat, and like the name suggests, the heat shrink tubing shrinks when heat is applied to it. And then make sure that everything is electrically insulated. So even if something touches, you're not gonna short out. So yeah, Creality, please take a note from FL Sun, and please include an extra limit switch and cabling assembly. And please, 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 in the future, do not hot glue your connectors into your control board. That's just a bad time. So hopefully that is something that will be addressed in the future by them. Okay. Now, where did I put those screws? To mount the control board back in place. Oh, right here. High drama today on the Super Make Something live stream. Will Alex be able to fix the printer? Will he find an extra limit switch? Will Timmy get rescued from the well? Stay tuned to find out. But we're back in business. It's like that Jurassic Park scene. Mr. Hammond, I think we're back in business. And then the Velociraptor pops out from the hallway and almost eats Laura Dern. Also a great movie. Again, that's held up very well because of the practical effects in that movie. It's one of my favorites for sure. Jurassic Park, such a good film. All right. So we are still going. Putting everything back in. Again, just a tad hard to get to. With the way this printer is designed. There's really no optimal. So there's built-in standoffs in here, so the PCB doesn't short up against the metal bracket. But the problem is there's really no good way to get to that bracket unless you take the top frame off. So just a little finicky and fidgety as we try to reconnect this board. At this point, I would say definitely having the screwdriver set is a must. It definitely came in handy today, that's for sure. These darn side panels. They make everything so hard to get to. So Ronald DHS asks, what is the filament that I'm going to use? Yes, so I was going to get to that as soon as we started printing, but I think now is a good time as any to mention it. So for this live stream, Polymaker 3D was gracious enough to send us 2 rolls of their Polylite PLA filament. And they sent us a roll in bright orange and teal, so some of their really cool colors. Polymaker is getting to be a relatively popular brand based on what I see online of filaments to use. And they have some really cool features on the spools that make the filament nice to use when you're trying to like see how much material you have left. And it also prints really well based on some test prints that I've done. So we're going to talk about them a little bit more in a second as we get started with printing. But now is also a good time to mention that they offered a 10% off coupon for anybody viewing today when you just order their Polymaker filament online. So definitely something to be aware of if you guys are in the market for a new set of filaments to try out. Yeah, definitely give Polymaker a consideration. So, okay, I think at this point, I'm gonna leave the side panel off for now. Let's get to printing. Just because we do wanna see how well this 3D printer can actually print once it's up and running. So, there's also a little bit of rattling that I hear in the fan assembly, which sounds like it's maybe a wire just bumping up against something. That'll be something also that I'll take a look at afterwards. It says, Ronald DHS, hindsight tip, test the printer before installing the side panels. 100% yes. Absolutely. Okay, let's go and re-level. So first things first, we're gonna 0. Hopefully it doesn't make that grinding sound again. That'd be bad. Please engage. Engage! The limit switch, engage! Nope. Oh well. Looks like that other limit switch might have to be reseated too. Kind of a bummer that that's the Achilles heel of this machine is the limit switches. What a strange thing to get hung up on, but okay. We have a qualified certificate. It's called Leveling Triangle. So I guess that's what we're going to use to level everything. To do that, you guys don't want to be staring at the back of my head. Give you guys a little bit of a better angle here. Tripping over myself. So it's a manually leveled bed, again using this kind of standard paper leveling method. The touch screen is responsive, which is good. Now we're gonna level stuff. Okay, adjusting everything. Oh, so running into a potential problem. The leveling switch that we are using seems to be a little bit too high. I basically have to loosen the entire bed in order to get anything to level. So I'm going to try something a little bit different. I think there's a slot where I can move the end stop a little bit higher, maybe. Maybe not, though. The limit switch protrudes too far, basically, is the issue. Let's see. I can move that up a little bit. Darn it, I cannot. Ooh, bummer. Okay, so unfortunately, the Z height of this end stop is not really adjustable, which again will be another good feature, because the Z end stop that we have is too long. Basically, the body is too long, and what happens when the machine homes, there's like maybe a 2 or 3 millimeter gap between the hot end and the build plate. But in order to make up that difference, I have to raise the print bed up using the bed leveling screws. But the springs aren't long enough for me to sufficiently be able to raise the bed up. So that is another issue that we're running into. What I might just do is I might just take this switch out and then manually level it by pressing the Z when it's close. But again, that's like super not preferred. That is such a shame. Maybe I can... Nope, those are just holes. Shoot. Yeah, I don't think this limit switch will work, unfortunately. Just because... just because it's too tall. So Creality will definitely have to send a new limit switch. But in the meantime, I guess I'm gonna see if I can just automatically trigger it when it's close. Again, just because, I mean, I really just want to print something at this point. I mean, I definitely think we all want to see how this printer does, so we're gonna live a little bit dangerously here. And what we're gonna do, Jay Navacool says, call it a day, do not tinker with end stops, my grandpa used to say. You know what, at this point, let's give it one more try, and let's just see if it works, and if not, then I will contact Creality, and we'll definitely be back with a round 2. Well, I have some time to diagnose this machine. This time that homed correctly, which is good. And we're gonna go and guess right there. Okay, we're gonna see if this works. I'm gonna move the z-axis down a little bit, leveling. Whoa, 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 stop. Oof. Yeah, guys, I think it's certainly less than ideal to do it this way. Again, just such a shame that one Z end stop could sink this printer build. I love how half the chat is like, stop, call it a day, and the other half of the chat is YOLO. I don't know. who should I believe? I think while we're here, we're gonna YOLO. At least a little bit more. So let's see. So that's good. Edge 2. Okay. Number 2. Leveling. Number 3. So, I mean, from a firmware perspective, this is also kind of nice, where you basically have a touch screen, and it's in 4 zones, and when you press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it'll automatically move to those zones, or it'll move the head to those zones. So then that way you can paper level relatively easily. Okay, one more. The bed leveling knobs are pretty big. That's pretty good. Okay, almost level. I wish there was a way to make this work. Wow, boy. I wish there was a way to make this thing print without having to rehome. But I don't know if that's a possibility. But for now, what we're going to do is let's move the z-axis down. I think we're relatively level. We might have to do some live leveling as we get closer here. Also see, unfortunately, one of my cameras turned off because of overheating. Bad news bears. Let's see if we can get you guys back. This way. And okay, so here we are. Primary camera still working. Secondary camera, unfortunately, not so much. Let me see, it is frozen. I'm gonna see if I can do anything for that while we go live here. Deactivate and activate, and we're back. Okay. Stress testing everything today, from the streaming setup to the thermal limits of the Sony a6000 camera. All right, time to load the filament. And now, you guys in the chat who have stuck with me throughout all this time have a choice to make. And that choice is as follows. So as I said before, Polymaker graciously sent us some of their Polylite PLA filament. And we have two different colors to choose from for the Benchy. We can either print in this awesome teal color or this nuclear orange color. They're actually just called teal and orange. You guys get to choose which color we print the Benchy in. So choose wisely. Your choice will live forever on YouTube in terms of the colors that you decide to use. So let me know in the chat if you guys think we should go with an orange or a teal. And I'll give you guys a couple seconds to decide. Orange. We have one vote for orange. Any other votes? Orange, teal, orange, teal. One vote for orange. Going once. Going twice. Orange. 2 votes for orange. It is like the default color of 3D printing. All right. We have unanimous votes for orange. So let us load it in. All right. All right, mounting the orange on the spool holder here, putting it through the filament runout sensor, down at the bottom, over the guide rails, okay, and into the extruder. This is an interesting set of guides. You have to feed it through the middle of these bearings, right here. And then put it in and through. Okay, let's see how well the direct drive extruder works. We're now going to be hooking it up. Going to the print menu, going back. Temperature, manual, nozzle preheat. So everything is done with a touch screen. Interesting. So most of the printers that I've ever worked with has a knob of one kind or another. So this is the first time using, well, I guess that's not true. This is the first printer where you don't have plus and minus keys on a keypad in order to adjust the temperature. You have to manually cue it in. So, all right, Ronald says, great minds. Who likes steel anyway? All right, so that's going. Now what I want to do is I want to manually, it's called refuel. Okay, refuel. Refuel the printer. So Ronald brings up a good point. This filament guide is an interesting setup because the filament runout sensor is fairly far away from the direct drive extruder, and that could definitely be a problem if the filament snaps between or after the filament runout sensor but before the extruder. So the filament runout sensor may not necessarily do all that much, but that's a fair point from a design perspective. Again, most of the filament runout sensor printers that I've used have used a Bowden cable or a Bowden extruder, where I think that design choice makes a bit more sense, but agreed that that's kind of an odd choice. Okay. Let's also move the extruder a bit closer to us so we can see it better. Okay. Reposition the camera here. Let me put a light in there so we can all see it. Ah, stay focused. Come on. Okay. Now let's put in some filament. It is definitely feeding. Still waiting for something to come out of the nozzle. Ah. Okay, so this is interesting too. Do you guys see that there's white filament coming out here? So clearly, at the very least, this extruder was tested in the factory and presumably had a test print run on it. But that really makes me wonder how that end stop could have been crushed. Oh no! I accidentally clicked auto home. No! Uh-oh. Whoops. I guess we're doing this again. I think we'll just have to manually level everything as we start printing. Okay. Okay, so we are set. And the filament is loaded. The printer has homed, if be it a bit more manually than I honestly would have preferred. But I guess that means now it's time to try and slice our benchy. Okay, so what we are looking at here is a live view of my desktop. And blue Capricorn Bowden tubes are mostly used. Fix that because you would need the runout sensor directly mounted on the extruder. Yeah, so definitely a Bowden tube would be a good way to go. Okay, so time to actually slice the model. Unfortunately, and this was one of my main points I think that I had about this printer before unboxing it. I downloaded the latest version of Cura, And unfortunately, the Sermoon D1 is still relatively new, so there is no Cura profile for the Sermoon D1. What that means is that we will have to use Creality's proprietary slicer, Creality Slicer, which is fine, but certainly for people that own more than one 3D printer, most often, right, Prusa Slicer or Cura are used. So having a different slicing program for every single printer that you may own is definitely not something that's super appealing. So my hope is that in the future, kind of as this printer kind of sees wider distribution and more people decide to purchase it, hopefully after the ZN stop issue is fixed, then hopefully we'll be able to have a profile for the printer in Cura Slicer. Ronald DHS says hide the adult stuff. I think on my desktop that would just be bills. So I wish I could hide that kind of adult stuff and not worry about it. But all right, software and drive. So yeah, so now we have to. What is drive? Oh, these are drivers for the printer, I guess. FTDI USB. New Creality Slicer. So let's install Creality Slicer. I've never actually used Creality Slicer before. I'm primarily a Cura user. So again, hopefully we're going to be seeing a Cura profile for this printer relatively soon. But for now, I guess let's check out what Creality Slicer is all about. So installing everything, yes. Copying new files, okay. Thank you all, by the way, for sticking with us here while we unboxed and troubleshot this Sermoon D1 printer. Certainly an unfortunate situation to have the unit arrive with a broken ZN stop. But we got lucky in the sense that a previous printer that I had, the FLSun QQS Pro, that we live streamed about a year ago, came with an extra limit switch, which we were able to solder in place and at least get this printer functional for today's live stream. So again, just big shout out to FLSun in case they're watching, to let everything go. Oh, and here's what I'm talking about. So this right here is just a reskinned version of Cura. And that means that a Cura profile for this printer could already exist. It's just a rebranded version of the Cura slicer. Definitely hope that in the future that a Cura profile is made for this printer. So looking down, we have the Creality Sermoon D1. Next, 280 by 260 by 310, rectangular build plate, G-code flavor Marlin. That all looks okay. So I'm gonna click next. Gonna click finish. My configuration seems to be corrupt. This was a pro tip that I received from Brian Vines, who runs the Brian Vines BV3D printing channel. He said that when he installed his software for the Creality Sermoon D1, he said there was a configuration error and he clicked reset. Unfortunately, that reset all of the profiles that he installed for Cura. So if you have this printer, definitely do not click reset and just go with it. And again, just hope and wait until a Sermoon D1 profile becomes available for Cura, the actual release. So, desktop, 3D Benchy. Here we go. There's the Benchy. What I'm going to do for this Benchy is, because we are somewhat manually leveling this by clicking the end stop button that we had to solder into the printer to replace the broken one, I'm going to print this with a brim. And what that'll do is it'll basically make layers up until it actually hits the Benchy to start printing. And that will allow me basically to live level as it's putting down filament to make sure that things print level. So, but while we're here, let's take a look at some of the default print settings for the Sermoon D1. So standard quality, it defaults to 0.2 layer heights with 3 wall line counts, so a 1.3 millimeter wall thickness, an infill density of 10, a print speed of 50 millimeters per second, which is a bit slower, I think, than some of the other printers. Usually we see printers running at 60 sometimes. Generate support is obviously none. Ronald DHS says Creality should just release Cura profiles instead of going with their own version. I agree, and I hope that's definitely something that we see more of in the future. All right, clicking slice. What is the approximate slicing time for this Benchy? 1 hour and 59 minutes. Oof, that is a long time. I don't know if I want to wait that long. 1 hour and 50 minutes. Okay. Well, at the very least, what we can do is we can start the print, keep an eye on it, and then at least get a good idea to see where it's going on, and then I will post about the end results at the very end, because that seems like a very long time for a Benchy to actually take to print at 0.2 millimeter layer heights. Usually Benchies, in my previous experience, take about an hour. So interesting. Okay, well, so now we can eject that, close up Creality Slicer, eject the SD card, and get ready to try to run some test prints. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna find where the SD card slot is, and it is, curiously it's on this side and the door is in the way. Okay. Okay, it's in. Now let's go to print. It's not seeing the Benchy. Okay, odd. Let's try that again. Did the Benchy not end up getting transferred to the SD card? Ronald says make a tiny Benchy. That is true. We could scale the Benchy. I guess the idea behind the Benchy was that, no, it says CS-D1 Benchy G-code. So the Benchy file is definitely on the SD card. Let's just reslice and see what happens. So the idea behind the Benchy is that we print one for every live stream, and then we're able to compare and contrast results between this printer and other printers. Printing a small one, I guess, it wouldn't allow me to do a direct comparison on the stream, but at least we could see a finished print. So what I think I'll do is, I think I'll take your advice. I'll take the Benchy, I'll scale it down to 50% to decrease the print time, just to get an idea of what this printer looks like when it is printing. And then what we'll do is we'll print a bigger Benchy after the stream, and then I will provide an update about how the print quality compares. All right, JJ Navacool says have to go to lunch. Hope nothing explodes. Bye. All right, thank you. I hope not either. I hope everything works. But thank you definitely for stopping by. Okay, tiny Benchy is sliced. Still with the brim setting. I'm going to click eject now. I'm going to remove the flash drive. Felix says he's taking bids on how often the filament will snap, at least once. I hope not. I really hope not. But that radius of curvature on that filament guide is pretty extreme. Aha, okay. This time it recognized a 3D Benchy. So what we're gonna do is we're going to position you guys so you can see a little bit better. Just like this. You can also watch me live level the print then, which will be interesting. We're going to hit print, and we're going to click start. And we're first of all going to cross our fingers that it won't need to rehome, but I unfortunately don't think we'll get that lucky. So it's now heating up the build plate to 60 degrees Celsius. I should probably remove the light with its lithium-ion battery from the print bed that we put on there to see the extrusion happen, because I don't want that to catch on fire. And then let's see how we do. And here I am with my manual e-stop, just waiting to push that button. Get some of these extra hot glue pieces out of here that drop down while performing surgery on the end stop. Adjust the camera height a little bit so you guys can see while I'm doing that live leveling. I have to say, because of that fix, this is definitely one of the longer 3D printer assemblies that I have worked on, for sure. Definitely not by design, so. Bummer. That seemed to really be, right now at least, the only big hiccup for this printer is that Z end stop. The grinding noise has stopped too with the fan, so maybe it just needed to burn itself in a little bit. But other than that, I mean, so far this is a relatively solid machine. Let's see how it prints. I mean, it's got a bunch of cool features that I think are good. Felix asks, not an insulated heat bed if I see it, right? Insulated, so there is insulation down below if that's what you mean. There's also, this is a glass build plate that comes off with clips. So I'm not quite sure, I guess, what you mean by insulated. It is heated. So it's at 59 degrees Celsius right now. Coming up to temperature, almost there. Come on, you're at temperature. Let's go. Okay. Let's see how good my manual leveling skills were. And the answer is they weren't. We're way too low. Oh boy. Gonna stop and restart the print. That print was started way, way, way too low. Let's try that again. Getting a little nervous. I don't want to accidentally crash the nozzle into the heated bed and have glass shatter all over the place, but let's see if we can hack it somehow. I'll hold this here, this piece of paper, and when it's at about that height, I'll just press the button when I see it deflect. How about that? That should at least get us closer. So now when the end stop touches that piece of paper. Felix says, is the heat bed insulated from the lower side? So yes, it is. There is some aluminum foil looking insulation, or at least I guess I should say some silver metallic looking insulation. It's probably not aluminum foil. But there is insulation down at the bottom, yes. Okay. Oh boy, that trick worked with that tag. We are printing, I think. Please. We are definitely extruding material. And yeah, we are printing. I hear a little bit of clicking, which means that the extruder is maybe a bit too close to the print bed. But you know what? I will take it being a bit too close to the print bed over printing in midair, and especially with a broken and hacked Z leveling sensor. So we're going for it. Maybe we'll go a little bit lower. Okay, we are extruding plastic. Things are coming out of the nozzle. And our 50% benchy. I guess what I'll do is maybe we'll take a look at this mostly from the top. I guess we'll have to wait a little bit until that is a big print head. It's very hard to see what it's printing because the model is quite small. But there we go. It's putting down filaments. So far, so good with the printing. All right, and we're gonna leave that up for a minute. I'm gonna put a light here so it's a bit easier to see. And so far so good. So it was a little bit of a fight to get this printer to go because of the end stop, but it is printing. And we'll see how it does. Okay. Can you use the screen to move the bed by 0.1 millimeters at a time? I believe the answer is yes, but I think it would not allow me to do that while it is printing without resetting the level. Let me get you guys a different angle here. How's that view for you guys? Oh. We'll turn off autofocus. All right. And we're gonna keep an eye on that benchy while it is going. Woo! It was a journey, but we made it where it's now finally extruding something, which is really cool. So while that is doing its thing, let us take a look at some of the other things that I've been working on, and we'll see how everything goes. So first off, I guess now that everything is going, I just want to take a quick moment to give a shout out, a very sincere thank you shout out to Polymaker for sending us their Polylite PLA filament. So the Polylite PLA filament is really nice both from a printing perspective. So I'm going to show off a test print that I made with that filament on the Ender 5 in a hot minute, but it also has these really cool features on its spools. Number one, they're clear, but two, what you can see here is, let me go into the primary camera so it's a little bit bigger. It's got this really neat sticker on it, and this sticker not only has information about the recommended print speed, bed temperature, and printing temperature, but it also has these really cool markers here on the side that call out approximately how much filament is left on the spool in both in grams and in meters. And that's really nice because oftentimes when you have a slicer, it'll tell you how much material your print is going to consume, and you really have no good way of knowing exactly how much filament is left on your roll. So for example, this is a good example of that. So here's like a Hatchbox spool, which I also use a lot, And one, it's black, so you can't really see how much filament is left. But two, there's like no indicator to let you know how much filament is actually still on the roll. So unless you have an empty spool that you can weigh and then subtract off the difference between your somewhat full spool and an empty spool, it's really just guesswork to see how much filament is remaining. So that's honestly a really nice feature from these Polylite spools from Polymaker, in that they kind of try to minimize waste, or they help you at least minimize waste and save some money by making sure that you know approximately how much material is left on the spool and what prints you can use it for. So Ronald VHS says you got it working in the end, and we sure did. I am so excited that things are going. I think what we should do is let's see how it's doing. Let's quickly switch the cameras. Okay, and hey guys, I mean, this is definitely a Benchy that is printing. I mean, say what you will, at the end of the day, it started printing. So thoughts on the printer. I think really the only thing that went wrong is the Z end stop, and it's I guess that can happen in shipping. If it was like an unfortunate accident, maybe one time I could understand it, but again, based on other videos that I've seen, this seems to be a somewhat common issue with these printers. So definitely I would recommend that Creality please send along an extra Z end stop to get the printer working, because other than that, I mean, this printer so far I think has been pretty good. So that's exciting. Okay. So a little bit more info about the Polymaker PLA. So when I had received this filament, I wanted to see kind of how well it would do, and I wanted to find like a cool model that I could print. And I found this Thingiverse model online called the Tic Tac shooter. And what it is, it's essentially a toy gun where you load Tic Tacs in the top here, and there's a pen spring inside, and then you can shoot it across the room. So one of the cool features of this functional kind of like Tic Tac shooter is that it's designed. There's a recess on top. Let me see if I can get it to focus. There's a recess on top where you can just put a Tic Tac container right into the top, and what that is you essentially then have like a high capacity magazine of Tic Tacs that you can then use in a Tic Tac war and shoot at people across the room. So one thing I'll note is that unfortunately the instructions on Thingiverse recommended to print this without supports. And what happened is that here there are actually some nubs where the Tic Tac container is supposed to mount, where you're supposed to be able to click in the Tic Tacs like this and have them stay. But because there are no supports, what happened is this Tic Tac container is, the nubs that were meant to hold the Tic Tac container in place were somewhat loose. And because of that, because there was no support, the Tic Tac container doesn't stay in very well. So definitely I would say if you end up printing this yourself, make sure to use supports, but it's kind of fun. So it's a bolt action, I guess, loader. You kind of shake your Tic Tacs around, wait till you can get one to come in, and then once that's in, they do have a tendency to fall out the front, so that's something to keep in mind. But then once you have it in there, it's basically with a pen spring. Let's see if I can get that. You can shoot it, and you can shoot Tic Tacs across the room at your friends. So definitely this one needs a failed. That's what I mean. Like I said, definitely print this with supports, because the nubs that were required to hold a Tic Tac container in place did not print well without them. And also another potential redesign is right now it just uses a pen spring, and because it just uses a pen spring, the spring is kind of weak. So what happens if you shoot it, it doesn't really go very far. So one of the things that I might do is, in the redesign for this model, I might go into Tinkercad and make the slot for the spring a little bit bigger. just so that you have kind of a bigger recess to put the spring in, or a bigger diameter spring. And then it would work really well. But in terms of printer quality, actually, like with this filament, it came out really nice. So everything is nice and smooth. The layer lines are very even. There's no blobbing of any kind. So I'm a pretty big fan of this filament. So like I said, in the past, I've primarily used Hatchbox for most of my prints, or some Inland brand PLA, which I can get from my local micro center. But Polymaker's Polylite PLA is actually pretty nice, kind of based on my experience with it so far. It's printed well, and certainly, like I said, this the sticker on the side is definitely helpful to let you know how much filament you have left. There are Tic Tacs everywhere, guys. This is a nightmare. And I can't eat any of them because my hands are covered in Z-axis grease. So I think as soon as this live stream completes, I have some vacuuming to do. But yeah, again, thank you to Polymaker for sending out their Polylite filament. In case you guys are interested in picking any of it up, there is a coupon code in the video description below and scrolling across the bottom of your screen, where you can get 10% off your filament order. They do have warehouses in the US, so everything ships extremely quickly. After ordering these spools, I got them, I think 2 days later, so it's essentially Amazon Prime speeds. And if you're looking for some cool filament, definitely check them out. They also have some other kind of exotic filaments like wood filament, which they also sent, which I'll be testing out a little bit later on Instagram and Twitter and showing the results there. So if that's something you're interested in, please follow me there as well. But yeah, again, big thank you to Polymaker for sending out some PLA to print with. And speaking of printing, how is the Benchy going? Okay, so far so good. Again, nothing majorly wrong yet. So once it's going, it is going. Also, the filament has not yet snapped as predicted, which is also encouraging. Very fun. The level of, so again, just a reminder, this is a Benchy printed at 50% size. Because it estimated that the print time for the full-size Benchy would be about 2 hours, and just because we've been here already for a while, I decided to scale it down to about an hour print. So it looks like we're about 21% complete, so about 20 minutes in. It does seem to be printing a little bit slower. Right now it says we're 14 minutes in and we're only at 21%. But yeah, so far so good. Looking pretty good. So, wow, there are literally Tic Tacs all over my room. This is great for the future fail montage for this live stream. Alrighty, whew. So, one other thing, going back to a question that was earlier in the chat. So, it does look like this printer supports BL Touch, and now also there's a new version of an auto leveling probe called the CR Touch for this printer. Again, according to the wiring diagram for the board that's in this machine, there is a connector for this connection. So Creality3D.shop, along with sending the Sermoon D1, also sent me a CR Touch auto bed leveling kit. And we're interested to see if I would like to take a look at that and install it on my Ender 5, which I currently had, to test it out. And kind of as we just saw with this printer, definitely leveling is one of the big challenges for people that are just getting into 3D printing, and really anyone into 3D printing. And having a good level, especially if you're printing large objects that span the print bed, is important not only for bed adhesion to make sure that everything sticks, but you also want to make sure that everything is leveled correctly so you have the right spacing between your extruder and your print bed, so you don't get any squish or elephant footing and your parts print and fit the way that they're supposed to. So they sent over a CR Touch kit, and unfortunately, one thing that I was not aware of is that in order to use the CR Touch, we would need to have a 32-bit control board installed in my Ender 5. So I have apparently a bit of an older version of Ender 5, which had the 8-bit control board and did not have a connector. So Creality 3D.shop also sent out this new 32-bit control board for me to upgrade my printer with. And installing everything was super, super easy. So electrically, the board checked out totally. I plugged everything in, everything worked as well as it could. But the one thing that you have to be aware of with these Creality boards is when they ship them out, you have to download your own firmware from Creality's website and then use the included SD card to flash the new firmware onto the board. And that's honestly very easy to do. So all you do is you put the binary file onto the SD card, you turn on the printer, and it auto loads. So everything is pre-compiled. But unfortunately, we ran into a bit of an issue with some of the firmware that's available from Creality itself. So the first issue was that even though the board was working correctly, the extrusion direction in the Creality firmware was flipped. So basically, whenever the printer was sending an extrude forward command, the stepper motor was actually getting a retract command, and vice versa. So when it was getting a retract command, it was getting an extrude command. And that means is that when you started a print, the filament would basically just slowly eject over time and nothing would come out of the nozzle. So unfortunately, Googling the issue this seems to be a known issue with control boards with Creality firmware. And there is not a really good way to fix that issue in software without recompiling the Marlin firmware that runs on the printer yourself from scratch. And that can get a little bit complicated with the addition of the silent stepper motor drivers and things like the CR Touch, because they're relatively new sensors, and kind of how those integrate into Marlin certainly takes some investigation that would have taken a bit more time to implement than I would have had time to do before this live stream. So the easiest thing to do was to do a hardware hack where I had to reverse the leads in the stepper motor. So each stepper motor has 4 wires coming in, and they're in an A pair and a B pair. And I basically had to swap the pairs to reverse the polarity so that the extrusion command was actually resulting in the stepper motor spinning in the right direction, so that filament would come out. So that was kind of a hardware hack to a problem. Again, that has nothing to do with the board. That is on the Creality firmware side. But certainly, again, this seems to be a somewhat well-documented issue, searching online and finding some posts on Reddit. So definitely, if Creality could include instructions either how to fix this issue and recompile a new Marlin version, or if they could just fix this issue in software and allow people to kind of just fix that issue without having to do any code modification or any wiring modification, certainly that would be preferable. The other issue with the control board, and this was something that you can luckily change using the interface on the Ender 5, is that the Z steps that the rotational steps, the stepper motor steps per millimeter in the Z axis was set incorrectly. So I think the value was set to 800, where it should have been set to 400. And what that meant is that when I tried to print a calibration cube, it ended up being a very, very tall calibration cube. So I had to go back into the printer settings using the dial and the firmware and reset my steps per millimeter to be the correct 400 steps per millimeter instead of 800 steps. So that is also something to be aware of. In general, so again, the board upgrade and everything was really straightforward, but some software issues that I do hope are addressed by Creality in the future to kind of make everything print nice and smooth. So real quick, there is a Question in the chat, is the fan channel integrated in the heat block sock? So from here, it looks like, let me switch cameras real fast, move you guys around. So it looks like there are, I think there's only one fan. Are there two? I think there's only one fan. And let me turn on autofocus again, just so you guys can see. And move you around the back here. It is one big blower fan right there that is just integrated and basically pulls across the hot end, and then also for part cooling, which is interesting. So that just looks to be like one kind of big integrated print head assembly. Certainly, that's something I could look into and take that apart to investigate more. I guess for the time being, I'm probably not going to do that on this stream here, just because we've already been here a while. But so far, at least, no major cooling issues, which is good. So I hope that answers your question. Let's take another look here. Zoom back in. Turn on manual focus. Okay. Oh, ESC is back. He says, so I'm back. Hi, Alex. Looks like I have missed quite a few bits. So, oh boy, have you missed an adventure. I'm not quite sure when you last left off, but we decided to splice in a ZN stub from a different printer and then manually trigger it as the bed was getting close, just to get it to start working. And since then, we've had pretty good success. So far, it seems like the only thing that's kind of been wrong with the printer is that broken ZN stop, which unfortunately turned out to be kind of critical for its operation. But we are at least able to be up and running. So, so Felix says, so it could be a nightmare to change the part cooling fan duct. Maybe it's definitely an integrated assembly. I think you'd probably definitely have to engineer around that to make sure that things fit a little bit better. So one thing that I will say is once the auto bed leveling probe for the CR Touch was installed in my Ender 5 and working correctly, my Ender 5 has worked better than it ever has before. So basically what I started to do is I just started to look at stress testing and trying to print as many flat things as I could. And one of the first things that I decided to print was this Pokédex that took up the majority of the build area. And basically this is completely flat. It's a one-piece print and place hinge design. And every single layer, basically, once it was installed correctly, went down perfectly. So I don't know who made the comment at the beginning of the stream, but I have to agree that having auto bed leveling on a printer is completely life-changing in terms of the accuracy of parts that you're able to print and the amount of time that you spend leveling. So definitely one recommendation that I would make to printer manufacturers out there is to please make auto bed leveling probes a standard feature in printers going forward. So I know since 3D printers first came on the market, we've seen kind of the set of standard features creep up over time. So first, all the printers basically ended up getting a heated bed. After that, a lot of the printers ended up getting a filament runout detector and power loss resume functionality. And I think that probably the next biggest upgrade for printers should be to include an auto bed leveling probe, just because it makes everything so much nicer and so much easier to work with. And the accuracy of parts that you can produce, because you don't have any more squish and you don't have any more elephant footing, is so much better and you spend a lot of time just playing with your printer trying to dial in settings. On that note, another thing that I want to show you guys, I guess that I printed here, is an example of 2 more stress tests that I posted about on Twitter. So the first is a subscribe sign with recessed letters. And this was printed on my Ender 5 before I installed the auto bed leveling probe. And then I also have this Twitter follow sign for the background of my YouTube videos that was printed after I installed the bed leveling probe. And the difference between the 2 prints was absolutely noticeable. So even though I had dialed in the level by hand fairly well with my Ender 5 before installing the probe, because of that elephant footing and because the tolerances were purposefully designed to be very tight, a lot of these letters I had to be really forced in there to fit really well. And the clearance, I think, was something very small. I made it like I think it was 0.2 millimeters on purpose. So definitely it would be very sensitive to any amount of squish. And the ones that were printed without the bed leveling probe were definitely harder to get in. These pieces right here that were printed with the bed leveling probe were an absolute breeze. They basically just dropped right in. Everything fit perfectly, and you can even still see if you take a look up close, depending on if my camera is able to zoom in that closely, you can still see the gap between letters. So even though, like, between the white inserts and the blue background, so even though the tolerance is already pretty tight, there's still room to spare. So this auto bed leveling probe upgrade, for me personally at least, makes a world of difference in order to print high dimensional accuracy parts. So definitely something that I hope is integrated in the future. I guess I see Ronald in the chat saying even part cooling fans are not fully standard yet, which is also true. So definitely a lot of room still for printers to grow, I guess, in that sense. But nice to see that, you know, we are getting additional features, which hopefully make 3D printing better and easier in the future going forward. So, also, I guess if you are not following me currently on Twitter or YouTube yet, please do subscribe on YouTube and be sure to follow on Twitter and Instagram as well, where I'm also Super Make Something on both of those platforms. Basically, I post a lot of behind the scenes stuff that I'm working on in those avenues. So if you're interested to see kind of what I'm playing with or what projects are coming up, that's definitely a good place to check and hang out and stop by and say hi. So taking a look at this Benchy, even at 50%, it is progressing quite nicely. Not seeing really any major hiccups yet, especially considering that we really just manually hand leveled the entire build plate with a semi-functional Z end stop and then live leveled as we were printing. Seems to be going quite well. We'll let it keep going and see what that looks like. Very cool. And again, just a big thank you guys for all of you tuning in and sticking with the stream during this adventure. So now I think the stream time is going at about 4 hours because of that technical issue that we had to debug with the printer. And it's certainly been an adventure. And thank you all so much for sticking around and seeing how this build turns out. All right, so while that print continues, just a quick update on some of my projects. So for those of you who might be new here, my channel was started, in addition to live streaming, working on these DIY 3D printing and engineering projects, and that slowly grew to also encompass electronics. And the goal behind my channel is to really help people get excited about new types of technologies, new maker technologies, things like that, and to help them get into 3D printing and science and engineering and STEM. So most of my projects revolve around a project idea where I walk people through the entire project from start to finish. I release all of my files for free at the end of the project build so other people can recreate the project for themselves. One of the most recent projects, or one of my most recent bigger projects I did that for, is this DIY Stream Deck. So a lot of people use Stream Decks to control their live stream scene switching like we've been doing here. But especially because of COVID-19 and everybody working from home and people becoming more interested in live streaming, it was very difficult to find stream decks for a reasonable price. So just like with the PlayStation 5, scalpers immediately swooped in and bought all the stream decks and then sold them on eBay and Amazon for like twice or 3 times the price, something ridiculous. So I thought, you know what, that's not really cool. I think I'm gonna make my own stream deck, and not only am I gonna make my own stream deck, I'm also gonna add some new features that the original Elgato Stream Deck doesn't have. One of them being these rotary encoders, which I use for video editing. So with that project wrapped up, that's just kind of an example of the type of projects that I typically post on my channel. But I'm currently working on a new project, and that is a completely 3D printable, or hopefully as maximally 3D printable as possible, open source robotics actuator. And it's going to be using a cycloidal drive and a stepper motor. And as part of that, I am, like just with the Stream Deck, I'm designing a set of printed circuit boards where even if people only have basic soldering skills, they can solder in all the components that they need to, and then hopefully be able to build their own actuator that they can use in robotics projects to move wheels or to build a robot arm, things like that. So as part of that project, I decided to design a printed circuit board, made my design, was super excited about it, posted it online, and then immediately got slammed with comments that said, wow, your circuit board traces on your PCB, considering how much current those motor traces are going to have to carry, are way too thin. And I thought, wow, that's interesting that I got that much consistent feedback on a post that I made online. So I decided to look into it and actually made a video about how to properly size your circuit board traces. So for anyone that's interested in PCB design, I would definitely recommend that you guys check out my latest project video that is up now live on the channel, which goes into exactly how to design printed circuit boards, how wide to make the traces, and to make sure that from a thermal perspective, everything is well sized, that your circuit board trace won't burn out, and that none of your electronics components will catch on fire. So that's part 1 in the open source actuator build. Hopefully people watching will get some use out of that, will learn something new. And if you do end up checking out that video, please let me know by leaving a comment and giving me a thumbs up underneath that video. And stay tuned for future progress on the open source actuator build. Again, also at this point, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who supports me by watching these videos, and also for supporters on Patreon. Kind of the funding that I get from this video. Oh my goodness! Wow, and we have a €5 donation from Felix. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. The donations that I get for my projects through support, like what Felix just did. Thank you so much. Really helps me finance the next round of projects, and ensures that everything that I post on my channel will always be free to help people learn more about electronics and STEM. So Felix, thank you so much. Totally unexpected. I really appreciate it. And just to everyone who just likes the video and subscribes and is able to get more eyeballs onto the videos so that we hopefully grow in popularity, thank you as well. So again, thank you, Felix, so much. You are now on the live stream as the latest super chatter. So thank you kindly for your donation. Checking in on the benchy, we should be relatively in the home stretch. So far, no problems. Once we actually started printing, I smell no magic smoke, which is good. Everything is still looking nice. Also very good. I think I see a little tiny blob on the hull, but certainly very small, which is good. Yeah, so far it's been relatively error-free. So we are at 35 minutes now. The temperature on the print bed is also holding well. So sometimes what you'll get with 3D printers that I've used in the past, you'll get something where the feedback loop, the PID feedback loop, for either the extruder or the print bed needs to be retuned because it wasn't tuned properly from the factory. But temperature-wise, the temperature of the printer seems to be holding steady. It seems to be calibrated well in that regard. So yeah, so far the only issue really that we had with this machine was that darn Z-stop. Let's see what else we can adjust here. Okay, interesting. So now let's, while this is printing, just take a look at the options that we can do here. And one of them is Z-axis compensation. So I think this is what Ronald was talking about before when he asked whether or not we can adjust the Z-axis while it's printing. So as opposed to doing a live level, what I did previously to try to get the bed at the correct height, it looks like while it's printing, we can dynamically compensate for the amount of Z-axis squish by manually forcing the stepper motor to go down a little bit extra or up a little bit extra in order to get the extrusion to come out nicely. So interesting. Again, not as nice as an auto bed leveling. Again, I hope that Creality releases the firmware for that for the Sermoon D1 soon. I would be very interested in getting the CR Touch probe installed on this machine to see how it helps. But that's cool that that option exists. So we can also adjust the print speed, which right now is at 100, which I assume means that the units of that print speed are in percentage. And then nozzle temp is at 200 and hot end temp is at 60. So I assume that the units for those are in Celsius. So, but cool. Good to know, good to know. At 60%, gonna get you guys back up here. Whoop. Move you a little closer. So you can see those details. Okay. Excellent. So the other thing that I have recently gotten into is Joseph, before he left, asked if I'm adding this printer to the printer farm. And I think once we get that Z-axis sensor fixed, I think the answer is yes. But what I've been doing with my printer farm is when I'm not using it, I don't like to have them sit idle. So I have recently started to sell cosplay replica props on Etsy. And as a first test, I decided to see if I could make a 3D printed crown from the new Loki TV show. And this was the first time that I ever kind of made a prop and finished it kind of in the prop finishing technique way that Bill Duran does from Punished Props for myself. And honestly, it turned out quite well. It fits pretty solidly, looks pretty good. Maybe I should have worn this my entire for the entire live stream. But certainly one fun application of 3D printing, also to get other people excited about the technology, is to do things like print movie props. So that could be fun. Let's see. Gonna check in the chat. Get Creality sent you a CR Scan 01 maybe. So that would actually be something really interesting to try out. And on that note, in terms of 3D scanning, you bring up a good point that's maybe not to mention now. For anything that you want to wear, having a 3D scan of your head is super useful because it eliminates all of the guesswork of properly sizing the model before you print it. So with my phone, it actually has a depth sensor in the front that it uses for Face ID. So what I did is there's an app available, which is, I believe, called Bellis 3D. Let me double check that. It is called, oh, I'm sorry, it's Bellis 3D is another one. This one is called Face App. And Face App uses that sensor, that depth sensor in the front, to basically allow you to scan your head and then save that out as an STL file, which you can then import into Cura and then use that to manually adjust the scaling of the model. So actually, what I did is I used that to 3D print a mini-me version of my head right here, and the resolution of this was actually quite impressive. So even though the sensor is relatively low resolution on my telephone, the dimensional accuracy was very accurate, and the amount of detail that it was able to either infer or capture was quite good, and allowed me to print out this accurate model of my head that I could then use to size things like this crown or any other wearables maybe that I want to print in the future. So certainly a very handy tool to have for people into 3D printing that are making to look any type of wearable technology is that 3D scanner, because you can then basically 3D scan yourself, design something that's perfectly fitted to your body, and then print it and then eliminate the guesswork. So I'll definitely get in touch with Creality to see if they can send a CR Scan 01. That's a really cool idea. I like that a lot. So let's take a look at the Benchy. So far, so good. Things are going well. So, looking pretty nice. Just looking at the detail here in the back, so even though it's printed at 50%, you can still make out the details, like the steering wheel and the hull, all the details within the cabin. So that's looking pretty good. You can also make out that there is supposed to be text on the bow. Again, because the nozzle size is maybe a little bit too big to 3D print a 50% Benchy. You know, the text is a little bit washed out, but still the amount of detail that we're getting out of this is pretty impressive. So, yeah, Ronald, I guess, so it seems that you're interested in 3D scanning. Wondering if you have any experience with 3D scanning, or if there's a 3D scanner that you're familiar with, that you've liked using. I think many people maybe have seen one of my first big videos, which was a DIY 3D scanner that I made using an Arduino and an infrared sensor way back, I think about 4 years ago now. So that was one of my first big projects. But certainly I've had an interest in 3D scanning, yeah, ever since then. So it's definitely a very cool technology, and I'm really excited to see what other kinds of cool technology we're gonna have access to in the next 5 years, given how much the field has already advanced in these last 5 years. So as I had mentioned also, Polymaker had also sent me an additional filament, which is their wood filament. And I'm wondering if there's anything that you guys would be interested to see me print. Just because I'm looking for things, I guess, that would be cool in wood to print. I was gonna print it on this printer. I guess now I'll have to wait until I get a new ZN stop that I can install into this machine. But if there's any suggestions that you guys have for what might look cool in a wood filament, please let me know. I'd be curious. Felix asks, have you ever tried out a ruby nozzle? I have not, but that is also something that I would be interested in. So for me, at least the way I've historically used 3D printers, it's mostly been for prints that I either needed to do for my projects or for work. So I've spent less time really just tinkering with printers to upgrade them. But certainly I think I now see the value of keeping your machines up to date after my experience with my Ender 5. So basically retrofitting old printers and installing new hardware into them so that they work better and kind of keep up with the time. So a ruby nozzle is not something I have tried. Definitely something I would be interested in though. And I'm also looking to get more into printing with nozzles with different diameters. So with kind of smaller nozzles for higher details, or wider nozzles to make things like printing these wearable helmet pieces, which with a standard nozzle take about 36 hours to print. cutting that time down significantly by using a wider nozzle that can extrude more material, not only for myself to make prototyping faster, but also potentially for any Etsy sales or any other props that I decide to sell online. So definitely something I'm looking to get into. If you do have a recommendation for a Ruby nozzle or a link, please do drop that in the chat and I will be sure to check that out. ESC says, a wood filament watch maybe. That would be a cool idea. I know there have been some projects online where people have made their own smartwatches. Maybe that's a cool thing to do. Definitely something that I'm interested in trying out. Felix says, in regards to his Ruby nozzle, he's getting the best results with it. Abrasive stuff like wood filament is mentioned to use with steel or Ruby nozzles. Okay, so that is one thing that I have read about, is that when you have kind of really abrasive material, so non-PLA, but kind of other additives that are very hard relative to the material of your nozzle, they will slowly eat away your nozzle and kind of make the hole bigger and essentially wear the nozzle out. So nozzles on printers are consumables, so it's definitely good to change them around every time. I'm assuming, I guess with this, Ruby nozzle is harder than your standard nozzle that comes with your standard 3D printers, and that probably makes them last longer. So if that is the case, then that's definitely something that I'd be interested in checking out, because if I can find a great nozzle and then have to do less maintenance on my printer between prints and maximize the uptime of my printers, that's definitely always preferred. So Ronald says, I got an Artec MHT, a Revo Pop Point. Oh, this is for the 3D scanners. An Einscan SP and an HP one and an Optex 400. Ooh, and he just got the Creality CR Scan 01 delivered. That's exciting. I didn't realize that there were so many 3D scanner options out there. I will definitely check those out and report back. This is really cool. Because yeah, the scanner on my phone, at least for the app, the way it does the reconstruction, so the way 3D scanning works is you basically end up with a series of pictures or a set of data points, and then those somehow need to be correlated and made into a point cloud. So in the way that this phone works, there's two ways you could do it. One is photogrammetry, and Andrew Sink, he is another YouTuber who's very much into photogrammetry, which is taking photos of objects from various different angles and then using image processing software to stitch all those images together and recover the 3D geometry. And then another way that a 3D scanner could work is if you can track the position of the 3D scanner as it's scanning around an object, and you can either do that by having a motorized unit or by having an inertial measurement unit like a position sensor in your phone, for example, or in the scanner that tracks as the sensor is moving, it can basically know the XYZ locations of all the points that it scans using its infrared scanner. So those are the two kind of ways to make a 3D model. But then once you have that 3D model, you basically stitch all those individual readings together and end up with a geometry like that. So it's really cool to see that not only are there just scanners out there, but it also looks like there's color scanners out there, which is nice for general purpose items, because again, the scanner that I used on my phone to create this head bust with, or at least the scanning app, it only works for faces and for heads. So definitely something I will check out and look to hopefully scan more 3D objects, because that is also, I have to say, an invaluable tool for kind of fixing things around your house. If you have like a weirdly shaped object and you have to print something that contours or fits exactly, having a 3D scan to work with and to model off of is really cool and really useful. So that's definitely something that I will take a look into. We are approaching the end of the Benchy print here. So far so good, since we had that initial hiccup with the Z-axis. To its credit, so I don't see a lot of Z wobble in the print either, looking at it from this angle. So I think that is definitely due to the all metal construction, as Creality advertises, and the fact that this is just a massive printer. So even though you have a direct drive on a belt and you're flinging that large amount of mass around on the printer, it's not moving the base at all, and it's not causing any kind of wiggle either in the gantry system or the Z-axis system. So I have to say, definitely a rigid machine, definitely a very heavy machine. And we see that that feature or that design choice definitely seems to be paying off because there is very, very little Z wobble at all that I see in this benchy. Real quick, I'm gonna step away for a hydration break. Whew. I think had I known that this stream would go on so long today because of the debugging, I think I would have had more coffee this morning. But so far, so good. Really happy that we had that extra Z end stop that we could hack into place and at least get something printing. So okay, it's starting to solidly fill in the roof of the benchy, so we are definitely getting very close. Let's take a look at where we are percentage-wise. We are at 84%, 53 minutes. So if the time is accurate, we are looking at about another 7 minutes of printing, and we should be good to go. Again, just a reminder for anybody who might be watching this stream after the fact, when it's posted, we are printing a 50% benchy. This is not a full-size benchy, just in the interest of time, because we have to do some debugging on the unit due to a crushed Z end stop. So this might, influence the quality of the benchy that we end up with, but that's something definitely to keep in mind when examining the quality. I will definitely, once the printer is fixed with a new Z end stop, I will definitely be printing another full-size benchy, so then that we can compare it to other benchies that I printed previously during different live streams, like this full-size benchy that I printed when I set up the LotMax SC1 3D printer during my first live stream about almost 2 years ago now. So it's funny how time flies. Let's see, so while this is going, let's take a look to see if there's maybe anything else interesting in this manual. Here, Ronald says, I find that my small 10 by 10 centimeter printers tend to be really good, albeit small and slow, whereas larger machines need to be much sturdier to deal with the forces involved, for sure. So there's definitely, especially with direct drive printers, there's definitely a lot of mass and a lot of inertia. And the larger your printer is, the larger moment arm there is where your mass is kind of away from any rigid side, and that definitely causes sway. So definitely agree that the larger the printer, the more rigid it has to be. But I guess I'd be interested to hear more about your 10 by 10 centimeter printer. So I've seen them online. Are you talking about like those cheap $80 printers that you can get off of AliExpress? Or there was another one on Twitter, I think his name was Packrat, I think. His name escapes me at the moment. But he basically took a 3D printer for kids that looked like a penguin and had like a penguin enclosure. And then it's a 3D printer, and he motorized it and then was able to drive it around. ESC says, I own a CNC bed with an area of 25 centimeters squared. That is a tiny, tiny CNC machine. I'm assuming that that's maybe either for jewelry or circuit board design, I guess. Yeah, it would be interesting to hear what CNC that is also. All right, so taking a look in the manual. What else is in here? So the instructions are pretty comprehensive. So again, in terms of loading filament, starting your print, again, you know, the wiring diagram that they supply is nice. And actually, so looking here, it says this is V4.3.1. Going back to the slides, let me double check what version of the control board they sent me. They sent me a version 4.2.7 silent board, so it looks like the Sermoon D1 has the newest version of Creality's control board in there, which is cool. So this is a brand new control board, which is cool. Okay, ESC says yes, it mostly, his CNC machine mostly caters towards PCB assembly manufacturing and making miniature wooden toys. That sounds awesome. Definitely something that I have not tried yet. So I also have a CNC machine from Fox Alien. It's a 3018 CNC machine, which is kind of a standard hobby size. But I have not yet tried to mill any PCBs. So that's maybe a cool follow-up video to the PCB trace width video. That's really cool. Okay, oh, interesting also here in the manual. Oh, it is done. 1 second, guys. It is done, it is done, it is done. Oh, the Benchy has printed. Woo, all right, we have a Benchy. Excellent. Oh, we pulled it out, you guys. We did it. That's exciting. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look. We made it. Okay, so like I had said before, these kind of glass beds need to cool down a little bit before they release the print. We also see that because of the manual leveling that we did, the first couple layers of the brim that we had kind of ground into the print bed. Let me turn autofocus back on. Kind of ground into the print bed, so that's something I'm gonna have to worry about cleaning off later, but let's see how that affects the print coming off the bed once it's cool. Personal experience was that once the bed cools down to about 30 degrees Celsius, it then releases the print fairly well. So let's see what that is like as soon as the print bed cools. While the print bed is cooling, let's quickly just take a look at what else is maybe in the manual that is interesting. So in addition to the wiring diagram, they have a troubleshooting flowchart, which you can use that goes between fault diagnostics, so whether the file is identified, if there's a display error, whether the nozzle is heating, through all the possible faults, and then walks you through the troubleshooting process. So again, that's pretty nice for new users. And then as well in the back, you have a notes section, which I guess is for writing down printing settings maybe that seem to work for you. So let's take a look. So while this is still cooling, we're getting some more activity here in the chat. It says, Felix says, the Olsen $99 never tested because I've heard about dropped rubies. Oh, this is the nozzle. A Brazel $69 works fine since 1 year, no diameter issues. And then Alibaba cheap Volcano ruby nozzle, $35, no flaws after more than 200 hours. Interesting. So that is really good to know. It's interesting that the cheaper the nozzles get, the more or the better they tend to perform, which is interesting. So maybe I will definitely pick up a nozzle, and maybe I'll start with that Volcano ruby one. Ronald DHS says, as 10 by 10 centimeters go, got an easy thread. Yeah, one of the $80 ones, a couple of M3D ones, and a monoprice mini delta. and can't remember the name of the best one I have. I've had it for ages. I actually also own a Monoprice Mini Delta, and I used it to 3D print this arc reactor replica, and also have a project video about that. For that, the printer was absolutely perfect. Like you had said, it's a little bit of a small build volume, but it was perfect for this print, and it worked extremely well, except there was one issue with that printer, and I bet you can guess what it is. It was, again, the Z-axis limit switch. The bracket that held it in place broke off, and I never got a chance to fix it because I had moved on to other printers. But interesting, now that you mention it, that it seems that every issue that I have with the printer seems to be with the Z-axis end stop. So maybe that's just one of the most delicate parts of a printer, but I definitely agree. I think I paid $160 for my Monoprice Mini Delta. And besides that end stop issue, all the prints that I made with that machine were flawless. And that was also my first experience with auto bed leveling, where it would basically go and I think, would it probe? It did. It had 3 push buttons in the corner, and it would probe the bed to try to figure out what level was and then print. So yeah, fantastic printer. If people are looking to get into Delta style printers and are looking for an entry-level machine, the Monoprice Mini Delta, I can definitely recommend it, and it seems like Ronald can recommend it too. Perfect. Now let's see, what temperature are we at? Temperature-wise, we are at 48. Will it come off yet? I'm gonna try to pull it off. I don't want to break it either because it's only at 10% infill. What to do? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take. Can I take the bed off without burning myself? Let's see. I wonder what that tape was for that they supplied with the printer. JJ Navakul is back. He says, I'm back. Benchy looks okay. Did I miss an explosion? No explosions. Everything looks pretty good. The 50% Benchy completed without issue. Now we are just impatiently waiting for the bed to cool so that we can get the Benchy off and take a bit of a closer look. Getting there. I'm wondering if it's because if it's semi-enclosed. Granted, I took the sidewall off, but I'm wondering if that's why the bed is maybe taking a little bit longer to cool down. What I'd really like to do is I'd like to get these clips to come off. That's one thing personally that I've never liked is these style of end bed clips. I really like to use binder clips, even though they don't quite look as nice, but they are very easy to get off. So again, I guess like I mentioned previously, my preference currently is to use magnetic removable build plates. So a bit, I guess, disappointed that that wasn't included on this machine. But for printers with beds like this, I like to use clips. Oh, and this is interesting. Look at this. So I'm going to grab it, and it pivots. The whole clip pivots. That's really interesting. I didn't know that. So that means that I can maybe pivot the other ones out too. Oh, these back ones are pretty stuck. Oh no, these back ones are just on, so you can't even take these off. So that's not even a clip. Are you just supposed to slide it out? Interesting. You're not even really able to slide the bed out. Because these clips are very tight. 1, 2, okay. Here we go. Removing the build plate. Looking back at the chat, there's more talk about ruby nozzles, 0.4 millimeter volcano ruby ones, and there's 0.6 and 0.8 for faster printing. That's cool. ESC says he swings more towards CNC instead of 3D printers since he finds wood to be cheaper than filament here. Definitely. I think that used to be the case. I know with COVID right now, lumber prices, at least where I'm at, have skyrocketed. So I hope that goes down again soon. Tiny Benchy says, yes, Tiny Benchy, put that glass away and get some spring steel coated PEI magnetic plate. Says Felix, I definitely think that will be one of my first upgrades for this printer once the Z stop is fixed. The glass plates, I think, are useful and have their place. I personally don't like them as much as magnetic ones. I definitely think that's an upgrade that I'll be looking to make. Felix says, beware when ordering spring steel sheets, buy at least 2, otherwise you'll end up with bent edges. Okay, also good to know. And Ronald says, do not bend the glass. I will try. Oh man. So, all right, well, I think because we accidentally ended up, well, not accidentally, but because of our manual leveling and printing very, very low to the bed, I think this guy is stuck. Oh, spoke too soon. He just came off, of course. So, perfect. All right. Judgment time. Let me take the skirt off really quickly. Here. Just trim this away. Yeah, usually I don't like printing with brims because they're kind of hard to clean up, but that was a necessary evil today to make sure that we could manually adjust the level after printing because of that broken Z-stop. So, all right, let's take a look. Tiny Benchy. This is definitely the tiniest Benchy I've ever printed. I mean, it looks like a Benchy. Overall, it looks pretty good. Let's see, feature-wise, you can see some of the fine details. Overhangs are good. There's very, very little to no stringing at all in any of the overhangs. So either in the cabin or the anchor holes here or in the back window. There we go. Also, you can see this tiny hole in the bottom did come out well. The text, surprising, even though we manually leveled it, the text is still somewhat visible. You can still make out that it says 3DXY. For the Benchy, typically when printed at this height, this is only one layer tall. So that speaks to one of two things, I guess. Either the glass bed is very level, which I assume that it would be, but then also maybe that we're pretty good at live leveling. So that's exciting. In terms of details, you can see layer lines, but again, no Z-axis wobble, undoubtedly due to the printer being that massive and having dual Z-axis lead screws, which are maybe self-correcting. A little bit of blobbing on the side of the hull here, but hard to say maybe where that comes from. It looks like probably a pressure issue. Stefan from CNC Kitchen did a video on that. That's interesting to check out. But for a 50% Benchy that was printed with kind of manual bed leveling, I'll take the results of this print at this point. So it says, JNav Cool says, looks very nice. How was the speed? The speed was printed at 50 millimeters per second. Which is actually why we decided to make the Benchy and scale it down, because that would have resulted in a 2-hour print time, and we were able to cut this down with the scaled Benchy which was scaled at 75% down to an hour. So thoughts thoughts on the machine. So in general, I think this is a nice machine. So it assembled fairly well. The instructions were clear. The machine is definitely very rigid. Some interesting design choices on Creality's part, certainly with this filament guide here at the back, which, as was mentioned, if there is any type of snapping around this kind of extreme radius of curvature bend radius and not having a Bowden tube in there, could potentially cause the filament to snap after the filament runout sensor, at which point it would kind of cause a failed print. So would have definitely liked to see either the filament runout sensor located directly above the extruder, or at least see a different solution for guiding the filament into the direct drive extruder. In terms of default print speed, so I have to say that the default print profile that we used from Creality Slicer was also very nice. I see a comment in the chat that says, yeah, the print speed is kind of slow at 50 millimeters per second. And I think I agree with that. So usually when I print, after fine tuning a little bit, I'm able to push my printer to print at a little bit faster speeds. But maybe for Creality Slicer, assuming that they were intending this profile to be like a default profile for newcomers to get started, I guess I could see maybe why they would go with that default print speed. Certainly something I will look at in the future to see if I can get this printer to print any faster. The biggest downfall of this printer for me obviously seems to be the z-axis and the lack of both spare z-axis, I'm sorry, not z-axis. The biggest downfall seems to be the z-axis end stop, and the fact that there is no extra z-axis end stop components included in the kit. Also the fact that on this board right here, all of the connectors are hot glued, which means that if you ever need to fix anything, you have to basically pull out, like you have to carve away the hot glue first and then pull out the connector. And then in our case, we still had to do some soldering. Certainly, I think I would like to see Creality and other printer manufacturers move away from that design philosophy. I think they did it again to make sure that none of the cables come loose during shipping. But certainly, as we saw, if the printer gets damaged in some other way during shipping and you have to do some kind of servicing on the machine after you get it, doing things like that certainly makes it harder. The instructions were clear. The printer in general wasn't too noisy. Again, a little bit hard to judge right now because the case is off and because we had to have that access to this, and I just decided not to put it back on for this first set of test prints. And then also another curious thing is that the actual LCD screen is internal to the print volume. So because it's semi-enclosed, you're not able to really adjust any of the print settings without opening the door. And that would let all the heat out, which I think is kind of a curious design choice. So even though the touchscreen is responsive and nice, putting the controller inside of the thermal volume is definitely an interesting choice. JNavCool says, is the expected / design speed? So the 50 millimeters per second was at the default printing speed. I will say that Cura, or at least the Creality Slicer version of Cura, accurately estimated the print time. So it said that the print time would be 58 minutes, and the overall print time for the print ended up being 57 minutes. So it's actually, you know, a hair faster than it was anticipating. So that's also good to know that the estimate that they have for their slicer settings at least provide an accurate, seemingly material and time estimate. So final thoughts about whether or not I would recommend this printer. And I think it's a mixed bag. So once the printer started printing, it produced a very nice print. I mean, this Benchy looks like a great Benchy. The profile seems to be well tuned. It's just that if this machine, based on the way that it's designed to look like it belongs more in an office, is intended for people to assemble it and then just print and not have to worry about it anymore. Certainly needing to do things like fixing an end stop is not great if that's your first experience with the machine. So again, I think from a hardware perspective, let's put it this way. I think from a hardware perspective, this machine is great. I think once it's up and running, it certainly looks like it can produce some really good prints. That being said, I do think maybe the packaging has to be improved a little bit on Creality's side, where if you have a critical sensor in the Z-axis, that sensor doesn't get crushed, or at the very least just send an extra, or just have a person maybe install that themselves, just to make sure that if that's a sensor that's located in a really delicate position based on the packaging that was designed that way, that's one additional step that they can do during the assembly process, and then make sure that they don't risk to have any damage to the machine. So Ronald says, test it on high temperature plastics. It's got an all metal hot end. That is definitely a great idea. I will definitely do that as well. High temp plastics, I think I will start off with some ABS, just because I want to test to see if that semi-enclosed build volume is actually enough for printing with ABS. And I'll definitely report back on that and post about that on Twitter and Instagram. So again, if any of you are interested in those results or the upcoming tests that I do with the wood filament that I received from Polymaker, definitely follow me on there as well, because I will be posting about those print results there. So to wrap up, again, I think it can be a good machine. I think once the machine is up and running, it's definitely a very functional printer. I think the only thing that people have to work on is the shipping. There's a question about what I think about having the top side open. Certainly for us, when we had to fix the printer, it was good to have the top side open. But I'm wondering if maybe someone could design like a hood that you could just place onto a printer that is maybe removable, something that you would see in a flash forge printer maybe, or again like the Keydetech X Pro. Just that way then that you can fully enclose the thermal volume and keep everything together. So yeah, I think those are my final thoughts. Again, if you are interested in picking up this machine once either in the state that it's in currently with a potentially broken Z-axis, or if you want to wait a while and pick it up later, this machine is available from Creality3D.shop, and using the coupon code that is scrolling at the bottom of the screen, and that's also in the video description, will get you 10% off the machine. A big thank you to Creality3D.shop for sending this printer along for us to set up with this live stream. Also a big thank you to Polymaker, again, for sending out their Polylite PLA. If you guys have any other questions in the future, please do reach out either by leaving a comment in this video once it's posted as a full episode at the conclusion of the stream, or get in touch with me on Twitter or Instagram. And let's continue the conversation about my thoughts about the Sermoon D1 there. Looking at the chat, it seems that there are no other questions. So I just want to very, very much thank you everyone that came and stopped by. Joseph, JNav Cool, Ronald, Felix, and everyone that stuck with us and actively commented throughout the live stream and helped us go on this journey together of debugging and fixing this Sermoon D1 with a broken Z-axis sensor. If you aren't subscribed and you like this video, please do consider subscribing. If you want to see more live streams like this in the future where we can troubleshoot live, and you have any recommendations for machines that you would like for me to check out, please let me know in the chat. Again, thank you so much for sticking with me for this live stream, and that's all I have to say for now. So I will say thanks for watching. Have a great weekend all. Now go super make something.